Good morning. Before we begin, I will go over the emergency response plan for this room. In an emergency, everyone must evacuate through the nearest safe exit. Those seated in the gallery take direction from security to evacuate. Council takes direction from the meeting clerk to evacuate. After evacuating the room, please proceed to a stairwell, take the stairs to ground level, and evacuate the building through the doors marked emergency exit and go to a muster point. Do not take an elevator or walk through the city room. Anyone with limited mobility should identify themselves to security or the meeting clerk during an evacuation. Finally, please speak with security or the meeting clerk if you require first aid. Thank you, and we are live from Council Chamber.
Well, good morning, everyone. I would like to call this meeting to order. At this time, I would like to acknowledge that we are meeting on the traditional land of Treaty 6 territory and Métis homeland, and acknowledge the diverse Indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory for centuries, such as Cree, Dene, Saulteaux, Blackfoot, Lugorasu, as well as Métis and Inuit, now settlers from around the world. Roll call of council colleagues. Councillor Wright.
Good morning.
Councillor Knack.
Good morning.
Councillor Principe.
Good morning.
Councillor Stevenson.
Good morning.
Councillor Paquette.
Good morning.
Councillor Tang.
Good morning.
Councillor Hamilton.
Good morning.
Councillor Rutherford.
Hello.
Councillor Salvador.
Good morning.
Councillor Cardmel.
Good morning.
Councillor Rice.
Good morning.
And Councillor Jans.
Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. Adoption of the agenda. Councillor Hamilton.
Thank
There's
you.
quite a bit there.
Yeah. I'll move that the April 23rd, 24th City Council meeting agenda be adopted with the following changes. The addition of item 7.1, attachment 10, the addition of item 7.7, 2024 council and committee calendar changes, and 9.8 procurement update verbal report. Replacement attachments on item 7.1, which is the supplementary operating budget adjustment, attachment 2, and 9.2 appointment recommendations of externally nominated representatives to the Edmonton Design Committee and Naming Committee, attachment 1. And that orders of the day be for the Tuesday, April 23rd City Council meeting be changed as follows. Dinner from 5 p.m. to 6 p.m. and recess at 9 p.m.
Second.
Thank you. Please vote.
Councillor Stevenson is a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. We have 13 votes.
Display the votes, please. It is carried. Approval of the minutes. Councillor Knack.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Sohi. I will move the approval of the minutes from the following meetings: the April 2nd, 2024 City Council public hearing, the April 3rd, 2024 City Council meeting, the April 5th, 2024 Special City Council meeting, and the April 11th, 2024 Special City Council meeting.
Second.
Second by Councillor Rutherford. And I think you have read them page to page, word to word, right, Councillor Knack? No errors or omissions?
Always read them.
Yes.
I hope I didn't miss any errors, but
No.
the clerks do an amazing job.
Absolutely. Good. I see no errors or omissions, so please vote.
Councillor Stevenson is a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. Vote is carried. Any protocol items? Protocol items, seeing none. Now, select items for debate. Okay, who would like to? Councillor Knack. And go slow, please.
All right. I will select item 7.1. And I actually think we need to do 9.1.
Yep.
And I think I'm actually going to leave it there. Let others jump in.
Okay. Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, I guess question to the clerk, do I have to select 7.4
or if there's going to be an amendment to 7-1, it doesn't need to be
You mean,
selected, right?
you mean 7-3?
7-3, yes.
Yes, you
The
have,
assisted
yes,
snow.
please, yeah, must select.
Yes, if we could select 7-3.
Okay, it doesn't say must select on 7-3.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll select that, please.
Okay,
And then I will, now 7.7, I would like to select, but just for voting purposes only.
okay. Councillor Cartwell,
Thank you. 7.4, please.
7-4. Councillor Wright,
I'll take 7.2, please.
7-2. Councillor Jans,
Sorry, my item was selected.
your item is selected. We also need to select 9.8. Can some, oh, Councillor Tank, sorry,
9.8.
9.8. Councillor Salvador,
9.8, all good.
9.8. Okay, so 7-1 is selected, 7-2 is selected, 7-3 is selected, 7-4 is selected, 7.7 is selected, and then 9.1 is selected, and 9.8 is selected. Good. All right, can someone move the balance, please?
So moved.
Thank you, Councillor Ralph. Need a seconder,
Second.
Councillor Tang. Please vote.
We have 13 votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. All right, can you please read back to us, clerk, what we have approved?
Yes, I can. Thank you, Mayor Sohi. This morning, City Council has approved the recommendations of the following items without debate. Item 7.5, affordable housing site, sale of land below market value and grant funding, Kenora and Garneau. 7.6, City of Edmonton 2023 consolidated financial statements. 9.2, appointment recommendations of externally nominated representatives to Edmonton Design Committee and Naming Committee. 9.3, Women's Advisory Voice of Edmonton Committee, membership report and reappointment recommendations. 9.4, Edmonton Combative Sports Commission, membership report and reappointment recommendations. 9.5, GEF Seniors Housing Board, membership report and reappointment recommendations. 9.6, Edmonton Salutes Committee, membership report and reappointment recommendations. 9.7, Women's Advisory Voice of Edmonton Committee, appointment recommendations. 9.9, Savita Board 2024 recruitment. 9.10, Assessment Review Board 2024 recruitment. 9.11, Energy Transition Climate Resilience Committee 2024 recruitment. 9.12, Subdivision and Development Appeal Board 2024 recruitment. 9.13, Edmonton Design Committee 2024 recruitment. 9.14, Naming Committee 2024 recruitment. 9.15, Edmonton Transit Service Advisory Board 2024 recruitment. 9.16, Community Standards and License Appeal Committee 2024 recruitment. 9.17, Edmonton Public Library Board 2024 recruitment. 9.18, Edmonton Historical Board 2024 recruitment. 9.19, Community Services Advisory Board 2024 recruitment. 9.20, Accessibility Advisory Committee 2024 recruitment.
Thank you. Request to speak. We have few requests to speak, but the tradition is that at council meetings, we don't hear from members of the public. members of the public have the opportunity to engage at committee meetings, and I understand one of the speaker was able to do that as well. So with that, we're going to get, I'm sorry.
Do you want me to call point of order?
Yeah,
Okay,
unless,
sorry.
unless the report wasn't at a committee, right? So
Yeah, I'll call point of order.
Yeah, please do.
Because one of the speakers did not have an opportunity to present at committee, so I might suggest when the time's appropriate, we refer the motion on the motion, should it be posed on the floor, to committee so speakers have a chance to speak to it.
And which item is that?
That would be item 10.1.
So,
At 10.1? Notice of motion? Yeah, that's,
okay, amendments to bylaw 20002,
Yeah.
business license bylaw. Oh, I see, that's not a motion. So would the process be, clerk, that when we come to that item, we will refer it to a committee? Like, or, well, I think it has, the motion has to be approved by council first, right? Or,
I believe we can put the motion on the floor, refer the motion to committee, and then hear from speakers at committee, and then refer it back to council.
okay?
Could I just suggest that maybe we don't need to deal with the matter since the motion's not actually on the floor at this time? And so if you just deal with the request for 7175, and we'll deal with the third one later.
Okay. Okay, so request to speak on 7175 is not granted, and we'll deal with the 10.1 when we come to that item, right? Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you for flagging that. Appreciate that. Yeah. Request for specific time on the agenda, none. Vote on bylaws not selected for debate. Councillor Cardinal.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. So I will move first reading of items 8.1, 8.2, 8.3, 8.4, 8.5, 8.6, 8.7, and 8.8.
Second.
Okay, please vote.
We have 13 votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move second reading of items 8.1, 8.2, 8.3, 8.5, 8.6, 8.7, and 8.8.
Second.
Thank you. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move consideration of third reading of those same aforementioned items.
Second.
Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move third and final reading of bylaw 20768, bylaw 20770, bylaw 20771, bylaw 20773, bylaw 20764, bylaw 20782, and bylaw 20765.
Second.
Okay, please vote.
We're just missing one vote. Councillor Paquette, did it come through? Oh, we have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. Vote is carried. Bylaws dealt with. Councillors' inquiries? Councillor inquiries? Seeing none, the reports to be dealt with at a different meeting? None. Request to reschedule reports? None. Unfinished business? None. Public reports. So we will be dealing with the time-specific first item of business on Tuesday, April 25th, which is 7.1 Spring 2024 Supplemental Operating Budget, cross-reference, no, That's it, right? It's not cross-referenced with the. Before I go to administration, I hope that council members wouldn't mind giving me an opportunity to make some opening remarks related to the supplemental budget. Over the past 2.5 years, this council has made significant and important investments in building necessary infrastructure, such as Lewis Farm, Rec Center, Terwilliger Drive expansion, active modes of transportation, renewal of neighborhoods, as well as restore, protect, and improve core services that are important in improving people's quality of life. We have increased police funding. Now we are seeing more police presence in core areas and on our streets. We are building more affordable and supportive housing, so more people have decent places to call home. We are seeing more peace officers and supportive peace officers as well as social workers on transit to provide safety to passengers and offer support to vulnerable population and Edmontonians. We have seen bus ridership grew by 27%. We have kept user fees the lowest, so low-income and middle-income Edmontonians have affordable access to recreation and transit. Libraries are open longer, so people can have free access to books and other life-changing and life-learning opportunities. We have offered decent and fair wages to our valued employees so they can continue to run our city as efficiently as possible. We have added more resources to underfunded snow clearing, and we have made significant investments to advance anti-racism reconciliation, as well as make significant investments in climate change, including overhauling zoning to build more denser, inclusive, and sustainable communities. All of us should be very proud of these investments. But we also know that we have some real challenges ahead of us. How we continue to pay for and sustain these important services while keeping property taxes reasonable and affordable is becoming more and more difficult. Tackling this challenge will require our ongoing resolve from this council to collaborate with each other and collaborate with our administration to find solutions that continue to protect city services in a prudent and responsible way. With that, I'll go to administration to walk us through the presentation.
Good morning. The objective of the Spring Supplemental Operating Budget Adjustment, or SOBA, is to finalize the annual tax increase for 2024. While City Council approves the 2023 to 2026 budget while Council approved the 2023 to 2026 budget in 2022, Administration prepares budget adjustments twice a year, in the spring and in the fall, to respond to significant changes. The Spring Supplemental Budget Adjustment is generally intended to respond, where required, to major changes in budgetary assumptions, legislation, and council priorities, and adjustments are generally limited to respond to changes as required as a result of provincial and federal budgets, emerging items, and changes in economic forecasts. The city's financial position is stable, but we are facing growing financial pressures. We have robust financial policies and practices in place which help us manage the challenges we face and ensure our books are balanced. We have reserves that stabilize our finances by supporting one-time pressures on our operating budget, like the Financial Stabilization Reserve that will offset the city's deficit from 2023. We also have budget practices that help us manage our ongoing costs like fuel, utilities, and labor that can fluctuate significantly within a 4-year period. We carefully monitor and make any necessary adjustments as things change throughout the 4-year budget cycle. We also have a strong credit rating, which shows confidence in our ability to be able to deliver on our capital plans. We use debt prudently to deliver construction projects for Edmontonians, and we've even set ourselves a borrowing limit lower than what's defined in the Alberta Municipal Government Act. Our recommendations in the Spring Supplemental Operating Budget Adjustment are about ensuring the city's continued financial sustainability as we respond to financial pressures moving forward. The recommended adjustments, this With the recommended adjustments, this allows the city to respond to higher than forecasted costs and lower than forecasted revenues in order to continue to deliver on the 70 services in the 4-year budget. We will outline these in the presentation, but I'll first turn it over to Felicia Muthiardi, our corporate economist, to provide an economic update, which will help provide context for the SOBA.
Thank you, Stacy. Good morning. This economic update will start with a summary of our economic outlook, which was finalized in fall 2023. Our next economic outlook is in development and is anticipated to be finalized and made available in May. On this chart, we have 5 growth indicators. We have real GDP, population, real GDP per capita, employment for the Edmonton Census Metropolitan Area, or the CMA, as well as consumer inflation. Growth forecasts charted here include estimated official rates for 2022 and for 2023, official growth rates for the CMA employment and consumer inflation. For the remaining indicators, forecast growth rates are included. In summary, we are forecasting a moderation in real GDP growth in Edmonton starting in 2023 to 2.7% from an estimated 4.7% in 2022. Real GDP growth of 2.2% is forecast for 2024 and to average 2.3% annually over the 2024 to 2028 period. Over the course of the past year, we've seen strong population growth for Alberta and Canada, so we increased our population growth forecast at least between 2022 and 2023. Based on our fall 2023 outlook, we are forecasting average annual growth of 2.3% between 2024 and 2028, and we're forecasting growth to a population of 1.29 million by July 1st, 2028. Between 2023 and 2025, we are forecasting stronger growth in our population compared to real GDP growth, which puts real GDP per capita growth into negative territory for all 3 years, followed by very modest stable levels in 2026 through to 2028. Now, the contraction over 2023 to 2025 reflects the role population growth is playing in aggregate demand and is compensating for anticipated softening in investment and individual household demand. For the labor market, our outlook is for more stable rates of growth, but incorporated in our forecast is for employment growth to slow and for the unemployment rate to rise slightly, but staying in the range of 6 to 6.5% between 2024 and 2028. As for consumer inflation, we are expecting a continuation of price pressures easing over the course of 2024 and beyond, bringing inflation back within range of 2% over the medium term. Next slide, please. So by far the biggest economic story in Edmonton, Alberta, and Canada in 2023 was the pace of population growth. Here we have annualized population growth for Edmonton, which is charted in squares. We have Alberta, which is the dark blue line, and Canada, which is the reddish pink line. We only have city and CMA level population data available to us on an annual basis and reported as of Q3 each year. Unfortunately, 2023 population estimates won't be released until May this year. But developments we saw in Alberta and Canada quarterly population data over the course of 2023 warranted upward revisions to our population outlook for Edmonton. Now, specific to Alberta, annualized population growth climbed steadily from 2.5% in the last quarter of 2022 to 4.1% in the third quarter of 2023. Our forecast for Edmonton's population growth between 22 and 23, specifically annualized growth as of the third quarter of 23, was 4.8%. Our forecast for growth between 23 and 24, specifically annualized growth as of the third quarter of 2024, was 3.6%. However, the latest data for Alberta suggests population growth remains strong over the second half of 2023, with annualized growth accelerating to 4.3% in the fourth quarter and 4.4% in the first quarter of this year. Population growth in Alberta over the last few quarters has been boosted by a combination of interprovincial and international migration. However, inflows of non-permanent residents has been a much stronger contributor to growth in recent quarters. For example, without the inflow of non-permanent residents since the first quarter of 2022, Alberta's annualized population growth in the fourth quarter of 2023 would have been 2.6% and not 4.3%. Over at least the last decade, Edmonton's population growth has consistently exceeded both Alberta's and Canada's growth. Given the strength of Alberta's growth over the course of 2023, risks are tilted to the upside for our population forecast for 2024. So much stronger population growth, particularly when growth comes from net inflows of migrants, has implications on household consumption of goods and services, including housing, and puts pressures on the demand for infrastructure. Much stronger net inflows and migration could also bring more balance to the labor market by potentially boosting the working age population. However, unanticipated growth could lead to more competition for goods and services, again, also including housing. And that could be a negative shock for the economy over at least the short term, as the supply of housing and services may not have fully anticipated the scale of immigration, leading to stronger price growth. Next slide, please. And that's what we're observing in consumer price trends in the Edmonton CMA. Here we have consumer inflation measured by changes in the Consumer Price Index. With two series on this chart, we have headline consumer inflation, and we also have shelter price inflation, which are presented in the blue columns. And that includes rented and owned accommodation as well as utilities. Consumer inflation in the Edmonton CMA over 2023 moderated, and even moderated more than we anticipated at the start of that year. This moderation was reflected in our fall outlook with a lowering of a 2023 consumer inflation forecast from 3.7% to 3%. Consumer inflation in the Edmonton CMA ended up averaging 2.8%. Now, overall, we are expecting consumer inflation to continue decelerating, but we are not forecasting deflation, which would be negative growth. In 2024, our forecast for consumer inflation is 2.3%. Between 2024 and 2028, consumer inflation is forecast to average 2.1%. I'd like to point out that the path for consumer inflation is uncertain, with upside potential coming from the performance of shelter inflation. Towards the end of 2023, owned and rented accommodation price inflation was in excess of 6.5%. Shelter inflation has been strong over the first quarter of 2024. In March, shelter inflation was almost 10%. Now, even though headline consumer inflation has generally been lower than the peak we experienced in 2022, you would be hard-pressed to find anyone who is not feeling the impacts of high prices from a prolonged period of elevated inflation, especially with prices being high in many essential spending categories like shelter. And even though the CPI tracks typical price changes in consumer goods and services, price pressures, as observed through other price indexes, have been significant in recent years across the broader economy, not only impacting households but businesses in the city as well. Responses also vary. For the household sector, we anticipate a pullback in individual household spending or being forced to make trade-offs in spending decisions, which could lead to a decline in discretionary spending and the demand for goods and services that fall within that category. For the business sector, it depends on their exposure to price pressures, but there are implications on labor costs with pressures for wage increases. Now, the ability for a business to pass those prices on to buyers depends on the good or service sold. As for the city, the combined forces of a prolonged period of elevated inflation and very strong population growth mean much stronger demand for city services, while also having to navigate a high-cost environment for service delivery. I'll now turn things over to Stacey to walk you through the proposed changes in the spring 2024 SOBA.
Thanks, Felicia. Budgets and budget adjustments determine how much property taxes we need to collect to help fund city services. Property taxes fund more than half of the city's operations. And I want to take a moment to talk about what Edmontonians get for the tax dollars that they pay. On average, an Edmonton household pays just under $9 a day in property tax. Those tax dollars keep our city moving smoothly. They power our traffic lights, ensure snow removal during the winter months, fund repair crews to maintain our streets and sidewalks, and provide transit service. The city's buses and trains help over 308,000 weekday riders get where they need to go efficiently and safely. Your tax dollars also play a crucial role in keeping Edmontonians healthy and active, funding our parks, our recreation facilities, and our libraries for everyone to enjoy. Property taxes help fund emergency services like fire rescue, the Edmonton Police Service, and community peace officers. They also offer social supports that many Edmontonians rely on, including families and newcomers. Your tax dollars also enrich life in our city in countless ways. They support tourism initiatives and vibrant attractions and a diverse array of sports programs. So when we consider taxes being collected, it's not just about the dollars and the cents. It's about how those funds are invested in our community, in our well-being, and in our collective future. Next slide, please.
Stacey, if you don't mind, can I stop you here for a minute? Because we have some guests that I need to welcome. Sorry to break the pace of the presentation. They may not be able to stay that long. I would like to welcome students from David Thomas King School, grade 6 class. They are here with their teacher, Mr. Loziark, and Ward Nicola Iska. Your ward counselor is Counselor Knack, who is joining us virtually. So he's going to turn on his here. There he is. He's waving. If you look at the screen, right, Counselor Knack is waving to all of you. Thank you so much for joining us. Are you here just for part of the day or for the entire week or day?
We're just here for part of the day, Mayor SOBA.
Yeah.
And we just wanted to thank you collectively for that wonderful acknowledgement. And
Absolutely. Please stay as long as you want. We are actually talking about budget, which is how we pay for all the wonderful services that Edmontonians get to enjoy and experience, and how those services enrich their lives on a daily basis. As you heard, it costs $8.90 a day to access all those 73 lines of services that we provide to Edmontonians. So thank you so much for joining us. Are you doing any mock city council?
Yes, sir. We are going to be first we're doing our tour, and then after that we will be doing our mock debate. We also have 3 other classes from the same school, David Thomas King. 2 are over at the art gallery for this half of the day, and then they will be making their way over here in the afternoon.
Got it.
There's one more grade 6 class right now who are currently conducting their mock debate as we speak.
All right, great. Thank you so much for joining us. All right, now back to administration.
The city collects property taxes to cover its budget after first considering other income sources. These include fees from services like transit or recreation facilities, franchise fees, licenses, and fines. The tax levy is what's needed to cover all city expenses after accounting for these other revenues. Changes in spending and changes in non-tax revenues affect how much money is required from taxes. Property taxes allows the city to balance the budget. The city collects what it needs to operate, no more, no less. This spring's 2024 supplemental operating budget adjustment, with it, there's a recommended 8.7% increase in tax revenue compared to 2023, and that factors in assessment growth. Council decides on the total tax levy needed, known as the tax increase. The city's assessment and taxation branch figures out property values. Each year, all properties in Edmonton are reassessed, and the new values are shared with owners in January. With the total levy and property values, a tax rate is set and applied to individual properties based on their assessments. So while council decides how much money to collect, the assessment process determines how it's divided among properties. Each property's assessment change is unique, so the actual tax impact depends on how a homeowner's assessment changes compared to others. For example, council may approve an 8.7% tax increase. However, one property owner may experience a higher tax impact increase, while another will experience a lower impact because of the way their assessments have changed relative to each other and the rest of the tax class. Next slide, please. We know that Edmontonians are experiencing higher prices in their lives and have concerns about affordability. The City of Edmonton is also navigating inflationary pressures and the steady post-pandemic recovery of our public services. Just like a household, our base costs are going up. It's costing the city more money to deliver the same services. Utilities are a great example of this, as their costs have continued to rise, and this increase is particularly significant for a city given the volume of buildings we own and operate. 5.1% of the total 8.7% increase is related to maintaining existing city services due to inflation and increased costs, such as utilities, all of which are rising higher than faster than we forecast when we developed the 4-year budget in 2022. We're in the same boat when it comes to population growth. It's also much higher than we forecast in 2022, which places additional demand on our budget and pressures on our operating costs. City growth and inflation are persistently putting pressure on program delivery, and financial pressures continue to mount. These pressures contributed to the $40.1 million tax-supported deficit in 2023. This, combined with budget carry-forwards, resulted in the Financial Stabilization Reserve, commonly referred to as the FSR, being below the minimum balance required by our policy. Reestablishing the minimum balance within 3 years, as required by our policy, is expected to result in a tax increase of at least 1.1% to achieve replenishment within a 3-year period. The compounding effect of any annual deficit, the compounding effect of the annual deficit, the action necessary to replenish the FSR, and the financial pressure from the future settlement of collective bargaining agreements will place additional pressure on the tax levy and limit its fiscal flexibility. Revenue shortfalls, especially in services like transit, have added to the budgetary challenges. It's crucial that we address these challenges head-on as we work towards finding sustainable solutions to ensure financial health and stability of our city in the long term. Failure to do so will inevitably lead to higher property taxes, placing an additional pressure on our residents and businesses, or result in the erosion or reduction of services. By taking decisive action now, we can mitigate these risks and ensure our continued financial sustainability in the years ahead. Our resources are limited, and we know that many Edmontonians are also stretched thin. Before looking at responding to these pressures through budget and corresponding tax levy increases, we first look at what we can do to manage things internally. We are continuously evaluating what we do and how we operate in the context of effectiveness, efficiency, and relevance to Edmontonians. It's important for you to know what the city has done to minimize the impact of financial challenges on Edmontonians. Over the past decade, we've worked hard to find efficiencies and savings without significantly impacting services. There have been several reduction and efficiency programs since 2015, resulting in $1.9 billion in cumulative savings and cost avoidance measures over the last 10 years. The average tax increase over the last decade is 3.3% and just 2.1% over the last 5 years, including a decrease of 0.3% in 2021 and an increase of 1.9% in 2022, which was the lowest increase in Canada that year. These low increases were necessary to support Edmontonians who were struggling during the pandemic, but they aren't sustainable, especially in an environment of high prices and significant population growth. We have to catch up with the cumulative impacts of inflation and growing demand for our services. I'll now turn it over to Jody Graham to walk you through the proposed 2024 to 2026 operating budget adjustments.
This slide outlines the changes to economic forecasts this spring. The change due to assessment growth increases the 2024 revenue on an ongoing basis by $4 million. This amount is a true-up of assessment growth, which we estimated in November as part of the fall SOBA. This is mostly offset by an adjustment to the grants in lieu write-down of $3.5 million to reflect actual revenues received by the province. After this adjustment, the total grants in lieu write-down is $16.7 million annually. Business licensing revenues are being adjusted downwards by $1.7 million in 2024 to reflect the impacts of Business License Bylaw 20002, which was approved in 2022. Although revenues were adjusted down when the new bylaw was approved to accommodate for the businesses-friendly changes in bylaw, the impact has seen a much larger decrease than forecasted, also due to volume. Tax-supported debt servicing costs are decreasing on a multi-year basis by $9.4 million in 2024, $16.9 million in 2025, and $4.4 million in 2026 due to revised project cash flows. These amounts do not represent a decrease in debt servicing required, but rather a shift in timing of debt servicing requirements. As debt servicing reflects funding approved to support capital, the variance in tax-supported debt servicing costs that results from the delay in borrowing will be transferred to the pay-as-you-go for 2024 to 2026 to help address the renewal deficit. This will result in a one-time increase transfer to PAYGO of $66.6 million over 2024 to 2026, of which $6.8 million will be used for the Glen Ridding Heights Partnership, which will be discussed later in the presentation, and the remaining $59.8 million will be used for capital renewal purposes and discussed in the supplemental capital budget adjustment on June 11th. Next slide. The next adjustments related to external factors. The first reduction in employer contribution rates for the Local Authorities Pension Plan, LAPP, reduces the budget on an ongoing basis by $2.5 million beginning in 2024. This helps to partially offset the increase in WCB premiums, which increases the budget on an ongoing basis by $7.4 million in 2024. As a result of Council direction, the Social Development Branch will have an ongoing increase in expenses of $0.3 million starting in 2025 for safe and inclusive public spaces. Next slide. This slide summarizes the proposed tax levy changes in the spring supplemental operating budget adjustment, with the 2024 to 2026 approved budget as of the fall SOBA as the starting point, with council-approved tax increase of 6.6% in 2024, 5.3% in 2025, and 4.7% in 2026. The changes to economic forecasts have an overall impact of $1.2 million, or 0.1%, primarily due to reduced business license revenue. External factors have an overall increase of $4.9 million, or 0.3%, primarily due to the increase in WCB premiums. Council-directed changes do not have an impact on 2024. And funding set aside in financial strategies on an ongoing basis of risk and flexibility for unknown amounts established in the four-year budget, but are expected to fluctuate throughout the cycle. Compared to last fall, we now have a better understanding of our long-term labor costs and other inflationary pressures on service delivery. Based on this information, we are recommending an additional $35.5 million in 2024, $34.9 million in 2025, and $35.9 million in 2026 be added to financial strategies in order to address these risks. This equates to an additional 1.8% in tax levy in 2024 and 1.7% in 2025 and 2026. The total recommendation of the spring SOBA is an increase of 2.1% for a total of 8.7% in 2024, an increase of 1.7% for a total of 7% in 2025, and an increase of 1.7% for a total of 6.4% in 2026. Putting this all together here is a breakdown of the 8.7% and what Edmontonians will receive for their tax dollars. 5.1% is required to maintain existing services. This includes inflationary increases on things like utilities, materials, personnel that are required to operate our facilities and repair our sidewalks and roads. 0.6% related to council-directed changes such as the enhanced snow and ice control, the addition of bus service hours, and city planned implementation. 0.6% relates to growth on existing services for anti-racism work, on-demand transit, and encampment homelessness response. Another 0.6 is for new or enhanced services, including our investment strategy or investment in energy transition as part of our climate resiliency work. 0.3% is required for operating impacts of capital, including operating the Metro Line LRT to the new Nate Station in Blatchford. 1.6% of the increase relates to the Edmonton Police Service, which increased for arbitrated salary settlements and the funding formula allocation. We don't take these tax increases recommendations lightly. However, in order to maintain financial sustainability and address the pressures we face, this is the cost to continue delivering the services that Edmontonians rely on. In December 2022, the City Council approved a budget for 2024 featuring a 4.96% increase. This decision stemmed from comprehensive evaluation of various financial elements, including police funding formula, fuel and utilities expenses, personnel costs, housing initiatives, climate change response measures, debt servicing obligations, and road maintenance requirements. The analysis of these components contributed to the formulation of a budget aimed at ensuring financial sustainability and addressing the city's evolving needs. Following the initial budget approved in 2022, further adjustments were necessary to accommodate the 6.6% tax increase as part of the fall SOBA. These adjustments included considerations such as the ADCO franchise fees, transit revenue projections, and the Metro to Blatchford project and utility expenses. The revision process aimed to align the budget within the financial projections and strategic priorities, ensuring the city's continuous financial health and effective allocation of resources. The current proposed budget reflects an increase in the tax rate of 8.7% as a result of additional pressures that have emerged since the initial budget phase. While many cost pressures were anticipated and accounted for in the 2022 budget, they have escalated beyond initial forecasts. Variabilities such as utilities, salary settlements, and WCB premiums have been sharper increases than expected, necessitating a response to ensure the financial sustainability. We include in the proposed 8.7% increase are budget pressures that administration is managing internally. We will discuss this later in the presentation. The proposed tax levy adjustments in the spring SOBA are the balance of limiting the tax increase on Edmontonians and addressing the ongoing financial pressures we are facing so that we can continue to deliver on our commitments in the budget and ensure our continued financial sustainability. This slide shows the combined tax increase as a result of education tax requisition announced by the province on February 29, 2024. Our municipal tax increase is proposed at 8.7% for 2024. The Government of Alberta education property tax requisition will result in an increase in provincial education taxes of 2.7% for residential and 5.4% for non-residential tax properties. The municipal and provincial education taxes will result in a combined tax increase of 7.2% for residential properties and 8.2% for non-residential properties. The box outlined in green illustrates what was shown in the earlier slide. The proposed 8.7% municipal tax increase combined with the provincial budget tax changes and the corresponding combined tax increase. Administration is routinely asked how much municipal taxes can be raised during the spring SOBA to achieve the combined tax increase equal to the planned municipal tax levy increase, an action referred to as moving into the education tax room. Below the box outlined in green, you can see the impact of using the education tax room. Council only has the ability to change the gray boxes, the municipal tax levy. Should Council wish to increase the municipal levy so that the combined municipal and provincial property taxes would equal 8.7%, the impact would be an increase of $25.7 million in tax revenues. The municipal tax increase for residential would be 10.7% and 9.3% for non-residential. If Council decides to increase municipal taxes to 10.7% to maintain an overall increase of 8.7%, the average Edmonton household would pay approximately $779 in municipal property taxes for every $100,000 of assessed home value, an increase of $79 compared to 2023. I will now move on to outline adjustments for the 2024 to 2026 that have no tax levy impact. This slide shows administrative adjustments that require Council approval. A one-time retroactive payment is required for CSU 52 staff for the salary settlement for the period of 2021 to 2023. This is a one-time payment that will be paid in 2024 to catch up union members for salary they are owed for 2022 and 2023, based on salary increases of 1.25% in 2022 and 2% in 2023. A total retroactive impact is a one-time payment of $17.1 million. Total funding available for the CSU 52 retroactive payment within the financial strategies account is $15.3 million. Therefore, the unfunded retroactive pay impact is a one-time cost of $1.8 million. As part of this agreement, all current CSU 52 members will be receiving a one-time lump sum payment of $1,000. The total estimate of CSU 52 members is $6,000. Therefore, the unfunded lump sum cost equates to approximately a one-time payment owing in 2024 of $6 million. The total unfunded one-time cost associated with the retroactive payment and lump sum payment of $7.8 million are recommended to be funded from the Financial Stabilization Reserve, or FSR, as it is intended to be managed as a as it is intended to manage one-time unexpected emergent financial needs. The ongoing budget impact of the CSU 52 settlement is $27.6 million for tax-supported areas, which is available through funding held in financial strategies. This includes amounts for CSU 52 positions in EPS, EPL, and Fort Edmonton Park. The remaining $0.6 million impact for CSU 52 will be managed within respective funding sources for utilities and CRLs. At the end of 2023, the Edmonton Police Service Senior Officers Association settled its contract for an ongoing impact of $0.7 million, which is available through the funding held in financial strategies. The Building Safer Communities Fund, federal government supports local projects that address the underlying social conditions that give rise to gun and gang violence. This adjustment is to add to the remaining $4 million of the total $4.3 million awarded in 2024 to 2026. The City of Edmonton was awarded $175.2 million in funding through the federal government's Housing Accelerator Fund, which will be used for capital and operating costs. This adjustment is to add $1.5 million per year for 2024 to 2026 for operating costs. The remainder of the grant funding will be added to capital as part of the supplemental capital budget adjustment in June. We are recommending 2 funded service packages, both with no net tax levy impact. The first is a one-time contribution of $6.8 million in 2024 towards recreation amenities for Glenridding Heights High School in partnership with the Government of Alberta. Funding is from pay-as-you-go, which is made available from the deferral of debt servicing costs as discussed earlier in this presentation. The second is a sergeant-at-arms position for City Hall, which is described in the security recommendations following the January 23rd security incident at City Hall. The cost of $108,000 in 2024 and an additional $46,000 in 2025 is recommended to be funded out of the OP12 reallocations sitting in financial strategies, which will be discussed later in the presentation. Attachment 1 of the SOBA also includes adjustments to CRLs to reflect the change in assessment value, as well as other adjustments to the Edmonton Police Service, which are included for information but do not require council approval, as they have no tax levy impact and therefore are approved by the Commission as per the Police Act. In addition to the recommendations in Attachment 1 that I have just outlined, the Spring SOBA contains proposed fee adjustments for Fort Edmonton Park. Fort Edmonton Management Company, or FEMCO, have proposed to revise admission fees to address lower than budgeted revenues, escalating cost pressures, and the larger park scope due to the Fort Edmonton Park Enhancement Project. Should Council approve the admission fee increase, FEMCO will implement the new fee structure for the 2024 general admission season to start in May. There is no impact to the budgeted revenues for Fort Edmonton Park, as these changes are intended to help achieve the budgeted revenues. Recommendation 3 in the Spring SOBA is to appropriate $2.7 million in the FSR to mitigate the financial exposure related to Sedona property, formerly known as Dwayne's House. This site has a significant history with city services, including fire rescue services, Edmonton Police Service, and bylaw enforcement, including 32 bylaw complaints, 20 fires, including 2 deaths due to the fires, and 79 calls for police service. The site continues to pose a significant risk to public safety and the safety of first responders, as Sedona is no longer in compliance with security requirements. Fire Rescue Services made the determination in September 2023 to enforce the order and resecure the property with the intention to demolish the structures and level the site. Unpaid taxes to date, costs incurred by the city to secure the site, and eventual demolition costs are being added to the tax roll and are estimated to be $5.3 million. The $2.7 million recommended for the FSR is to cover the difference between the total cost of $5.3 million and the estimated proceeds through tax sale. Should the property owner not pay the amount owing on taxes and the city eventually takes over the asset and is able to sell the property. The SOBA includes unfunded service packages for council consideration. These are the result of council motions. Any unfunded service packages would require an approved council motion to add it to the budget. Unfunded service packages have been evaluated to determine if they are legally required, practically necessary, or have a direct impact on council priorities. There is one unfunded service package for city center optimization included as an addendum resulting from a motion made on April 8th. The total of all unfunded service packages for 2024 is $24.5 million, which is the equivalent of a 1.3% tax increase. I will now hand the presentation back to Stacey.
As financial pressures arise, administration first seeks to mitigate impacts through developing strategies to address the issue or through finding efficiencies elsewhere to absorb the impacts. The accumulation of pressures has become impactful on the city's overall financial position, as indicated by the 2023 year-end deficit. With every proposed budget, administration reviews the financial pressures by program with the goal to address financial pressures through continuous improvement or adjusting the way services are delivered to enhance efficiency. This slide outlines the existing budget pressures that administration is actively managing internally. Inflationary pressures total $11.2 million for 2024, with inflation on transit and municipal fleet parts accounting for $6.7 million of that increase. Revenue shortfalls equate to approximately $12.4 million in 2024, and we're working to actively manage the shortfall. Edmontonians are using our services differently, and this has the potential to compound our issues. Transit is a great example of this. While bus ridership has returned to pre-pandemic levels, we have increased costs for cleaning and security, and riders are using and paying for transit differently. There's a growing demand for subsidized fare programs such as Ride Transit and the Low-Income Transit Pass program. Additionally, LRT and DATS ridership that has not recovered to pre-pandemic levels, which has changed travel patterns and fare buying behaviors. ETS has a plan to address these pressures, but full recovery of revenue is not anticipated within the 2023 to 2026 budget cycle. External factors account for $4.1 million in additional budget pressures being managed this year. City assets have also seen significant increase in vandalism-related costs, especially in transit-related infrastructure. The cost to address this is anticipated to be approximately $3 million. There are also $13.6 million in budget pressures being actively managed to respond to significant items identified by council and administration. For example, in support of the enhanced transit safety plan, since 2021, the use of security guards has increased to provide 24/7 coverage and provide additional guards at some locations. In 2023, responding to safety and security concerns resulted in an actual spend that was $3.1 million higher than budget. The total of these budget pressures that we're actively managing is $41.2 million. This equates to the equivalent of a 2.1% tax increase. Managing these pressures increases the risk of a deficit. Administration continues to monitor these items and will work to mitigate those pressures, but there may be future budget impacts. In addition to the budget pressures quantified above, there are several additional pressures that we want to highlight. In response to the Shigella outbreak in Edmonton since August 2022, Alberta Health Services requested the City of Edmonton to provide hygiene resources as a preventative measure, which includes support for individuals experiencing homelessness. Despite the city's request for funding from AHS, they are unable to provide financial support for the mobile hygiene assets. The City of Edmonton incurred $2.2 million in costs for Shigella response in 2023, and it contributed to the tax-supported deficit. With a projected $1.2 million in costs for 2024, this is likely to impact 2024 financial results. The services will stop at the end of this year without funding. The Ride Transit program provides greater access to Edmonton transit service by reducing financial barriers for individuals and families in Edmonton. Through a partnership with the Government of Alberta, this program provides monthly passes to eligible Edmontonians at a subsidized rate. The 2024 operating budget includes $4.7 million in provincial funding to support the Ride Transit program. Through recent discussions with the province and a review of the 2024 provincial budget, administration has not yet been able to confirm the level of provincial funding support for 2024. If provincial funding is not maintained at its current level, there'll be a shortfall in the ride transit program. The lease for the Citadel Theatre will expire at the end of September, and the city will incur operating costs regardless of whether the lease is renewed or not. This will be discussed in council on May 3rd. For the first time, GEF Seniors Housing has used its power under the ministerial order to requisition the city for its 2023 operating deficit. The one-time amount of $219,000 is recommended to come from financial strategies for 2024. This exception is being recommended from normal practice, which is to use the FSR for unplanned one-time expenses due to the balance of the FSR. GF Seniors Housing has advised they intend to submit a service package in the fall supplementary operating budget adjustment for approximately $2.6 million in ongoing expenses. The FSR repayment plan, which was discussed earlier in the presentation, will be included as part of the fall supplementary operating budget adjustment. The purposes of highlighting these additional pressures is to provide an indication of additional upcoming pressures, which inform administration's recommendations to hold funds in financial strategies to address the risk over the remainder of the budget cycle. In response to a council motion, Explore Edmonton has provided a response outlining the proposal for the integration of sports halls is no longer viable and provides the rationale for the decision. We've included revenue options from OP12 for council consideration. Council would need to make a motion to implement any of these options. Revenue impacts to the budget will not be incorporated until future years when implementation is complete and there is at least 1 year of revenues. This is so adjustments can be made to align budget with actual revenues at the time revenues are realized. At this time, administration is not recommending implementing revenue options that require investment in ongoing expenses, given the risk of not achieving the revenues after the investment is made. In this budget cycle, City Council tasked administrations with a savings exercise called Operating Amendment 12 or OP12. As a result, we have reduced our operating costs by $15 million a year for a total of $60 million from 2023 to 2026, and provided council with more than $240 million in ideas to reallocate over the cycle to council priorities of affordable housing, public transit, climate change, and core services. I'm going to talk about these numbers in cumulative terms over the cycle, so really the absolute value of the reallocation in the time period. Over the cycle, a total of $158.7 million has been allocated. Administration has reinvested $30.9 back into programs to sustain service levels and to offset a portion of the 2023 deficit. Council has reallocated $75.2 million towards their specified priorities, including $45 million in transit growth, $8.5 million for encampment and unsheltered homelessness response, and $5.1 million for snow and ice control, and released a portion of this back to the tax levy. On March 13, Council also approved another $41.6 million in savings over the cycle from OP12 that can be reallocated or used to address challenges we're facing. Of this amount, $36.2 million is held in financial strategies, and I'm going to discuss it a little bit further in the next slide, including what this looks like on an annual basis. Moving forward, the work of OP12 transitions into the regular budget process, with items previously identified as to be determined returning in the fall SOBA for council consideration. The options identified as part of the OP12 exercise will remain available for council consideration throughout the budget cycle as a mechanism to help balance service delivery, financial risks, and property tax impacts. Administration will continue to seek efficiencies and process improvements as part of our ongoing continuous improvement practices. Of the $41.6 million mentioned on the previous slide, $8.3 million was identified for 2024. Council approved $8.3 million in budget reductions. 130 of this relates to canceling waste calendar mailouts. Because this is utility funded, it cannot be directed to the tax levy operations, as this would be against the waste services utility fiscal policy. Subsequent to the March 13 direction provided by Council, budgets were removed related to the respective OP12 items and transferred to financial strategies. Of that amount, $108,000 in 2024 is recommended to fund the sergeant at arms position in City Hall. As other OP12 items were implemented, another $1.5 million was identified in utility funding. In alignment with the intent of the OP12 exercise, the amounts from the waste utility will be directed to funding waste programs to meet climate-related service delivery initiatives or potentially used to offset potential future rate increases. The remaining amount available in financial strategies for 2024 is $6.7 million. This increases by $8.1 million in 2025 and $0.1 million in 2026 for a total of $36.2 million over the cycle. The proposed tax increase of 8.7% that I just highlighted, the continuing pressures I've just highlighted could push that increase upwards. Administration's recommendation is that we take proactive measures to mitigate these challenges as we proposed holding the funds in financial strategies in an effort to mitigate these risks until more information is known. While it may be tempting to allocate these funds towards new or improved services or to reduce the tax levy, it's imperative that we prioritize and address foundational financial structures first. This approach would help us navigate uncertainties and potential disruptions more effectively in the future. By strengthening our financial strategies now, we're not only safeguarding against immediate risks, but also laying solid groundwork for long-term financial sustainability and resilience. And just to close out the presentation, I wanted to remind you of the budget principles we follow. Ongoing expenses are funded from ongoing revenues. One-time revenues can only fund one-time expenses. Reforecast items are always used to address budget pressures. Management actions that result in savings are more discretionary, can be used for reallocation. For an example, the change in revenue due to assessment growth increased by $4 million compared to the previous forecast in the fall. This amount will be applied to address budget pressures. On the other hand, if we're making decisions that result in savings, such as OP12 decisions that were made in March, those savings will be directed for reallocation. Given the financial pressures we've outlined today, we're recommending that all savings be directed towards addressing the budget pressures we face before considering any new projects or services. The following tax levy requirements that Council will finalize today. After this, the tax bylaw will follow 1 week on April 30th, and that allows us to finalize the mill rate for 2024. There's a tight turnaround to ensure tax notices are sent out on time, which means that days cannot be added to the agenda for SOBA. We will send out property tax notices in late May with payment due in late June. On June 11th, we'll be presenting the spring supplemental capital budget adjustment to City Council. Also in June, we'll be providing a budget process update report to Council with an outlook for the fall SOBA. We will return with another budget process report in September along with Q2 financial results. The fall SOBA and SCBA will occur in November and December to adjust the 2025 and 2026 operating and capital budget adjustments. While we budget for cost increases within our 4-year cycle, our actual costs are rising much faster and higher than originally anticipated, and we need to respond to that. As an organization that focuses on service delivery, our budgets are sensitive to labor and materials costs required to provide those services. We now have a much better sense of how much higher some of our costs will be moving forward. We can't continue to absorb the financial impacts we're facing this year and beyond without adjusting taxes or service levels, and it really may take both of these strategies to ensure our long-term financial sustainability. These choices are not easy. Edmontonians value all our services, though not everyone values the same ones. And many of our services actually make life more affordable for our residents. We don't take this tax increase lightly. However, in order to maintain financial stability and address the pressures we face, these are the decisions that need to be made. I thank you for listening. Before I take questions, I will mention that we do have representatives from Explore Edmonton and FEMCO available to answer any questions that you have. We're now happy to take any questions.
Well, first of all, thank you so much to your entire team for giving us such a comprehensive and very clear picture of the situation that we are facing, and this definitely set us up for having very thorough and informed discussion. And so thank you so much to everyone for your hard work and presenting this to us. With that, what we're going to do is that before a recommendation is moved, we'll do a one round of questions, and then I'll ask someone to move the recommendation. Well, once the recommendation is on the floor, then we can propose amendments to that recommendation. So with that, I'm going to go to Councillor Knack, who selected this item.
Thanks, Mayor Sohi, and yeah, after that first round, I can move the recommendation if others like. So, but I'll start with questions. Thanks, and again, just echoing thanks for just the thoroughness of that presentation. It's quite helpful to have all of that detail. Wanted to just start with the summary tax increase slide, and I think I understand. I just want to make sure, and we don't have to bring it back up. But you had talked about how we look at maintaining existing services versus the growth on existing services, and so I just wanted to double check when we're talking about the rapid population growth that we're seeing, and more importantly the expansion of the city. So, I think about the snow and ice control report that talked about how we've grown with our roadway network by 20%. Maintaining existing services isn't factoring in the additional inventory that's coming in, correct? Of municipal infrastructure that we have to maintain.
So it's based on what we currently have in the budget. And so if there's any increase in services coming, that would be more on the growth of existing, but to maintain is the services that we currently have in place.
So the idea of when we expand bus service, or like we did in this most recent budget, or increasing the snow removal budget, you'll capture that in the growth on existing services category. Is that correct?
Correct, yeah.
Thank you.
And so, Councillor Knack, if I may just add, like as we grow and as we expand and as we add roads, those come in with operating impacts of capital.
Correct, but something like a developer-funded road, we're not capturing. So, and maybe I'm preempting a conversation in June, but we'll have a report in June that more clearly articulates all of the growth pressures that are coming and how that is or isn't being funded currently. Because the way I understand it, using snow and ice as the example again, we weren't doing a annual increase in that budget to keep up with the growth of the roadway inventory. That was just something that in this last budget, council agreed to start putting more money in every year, but there's not a formula per se that takes into account the additional roadway inventory and how much is needed to keep up with that.
Correct. There's no formula. We look at that as part of the budget process, but there has been instances where we've tried to absorb those, and over time it's resulted in the service erosion.
Exactly. And so is that, we're going to get into that a little bit more in the June report that talks about all of that growth that we're seeing, correct? So that would be a more appropriate time to dig into that?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, then I'll leave that there. Wanted to ask about and I don't want to nitpick too much, I guess, the budget savings slide. And, and number one, love that we have that slide. I really appreciate that we put that together to sort of showcase that the work that administration and council that have been doing is that this is an ongoing exercise of continuous improvement. The only thing I just wanted to ask about is, so I'm going to pick on the 2% initiative since it's the top item on the line there, is that the total number at the end assumes sort of that cumulative impact that started back in 2015. It's not necessarily factoring in that, in 2015, when we found that $16 million in savings, it was then used to keep costs down or reallocated. So essentially that money doesn't necessarily carry over each year, but the way you've built that chart shows sort of a cumulative growth of that. Is that correct?
Yeah, what it shows is the long-term impact to the base budget of having stripped that out on an ongoing basis.
Yeah, but what I guess I'm just confirming is it doesn't necessarily take into account that I think each of those years, we took that funding to then keep costs down in other areas or reallocate down. So yes, it's a savings, but if you then sort of fund something else with it, you're not necessarily seeing that savings cumulatively because you've reallocated it somewhere else.
Yeah, that's a fair statement.
Again, I think it's important we have that chart. I just wanted to make sure we set that context there. And goodness, 27 seconds. I'll freeze here and come back. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Jans.
Thank you. I just wanted to understand a little bit more. Going to that budget pressures slide, I don't have the number here, but am I to understand? So Alberta Health Services effectively directed the city that we needed to respond to the Shigella outbreak. Is that correct?
I'll maybe ask Ms. Fleming to respond.
I'm not sure that it was directed. It was requested.
And so we spent $2.2 million in 2023, and we're forecast to spend $1.2 million in 2024. And Shigella is like a really brutal disease. Like we're talking diarrhea, words that we can't use in these chambers. Like, and this is clearly a health and wellness thing. This is not, we needed to do a city component of this, like streetlights or something. This is clearly a medical ask, right?
AHS did request that we would provide hygiene assistance as part of the City of Edmonton's budget submissions to the Government of Alberta. A request was made for those funds to be recouped.
Right. And I just don't understand how we haven't heard back yet. I mean, how is AHS not? I mean, this is chump change. I just read in the paper today that they're spending $2 million on some COVID investigation. Like for AHS, it's $1 billion enterprise. How can we not get $2.5–3 million back from the government?
So I think this is the part of the challenge that we see at all levels of government. Like we've requested, I don't know that we're the appropriate people to speak to what AHS challenges are. I think all I can say is that we provide these services because we thought it was the right thing to do. We try to collect after, but if we can't, we just want to acknowledge that there's a pressure here.
Yeah, but like, do they deny that we, hosed down the washrooms? Do they deny that we did the work?
We've not received any feedback to that effect.
Like, do they think we inflated the costs, or is there like I have they just said no? We're just not going to pay you back, or are they quibbling over the bill?
I don't have any insight into what the conversation at AHS is with regards to our request.
Okay. That's perplexing. I appreciate it. Similarly with the Ride Transit program. So if that program is not continued funding from the province, about how many individuals and families facing barriers would be affected?
I don't have that figure in front of me. I believe we're probably somewhere around 25,000 a month using the program.
Sorry,
we have to
25,000 a month.
25,000 a month is a rough idea. We actually have a detailed report coming to committee May 23rd, identifying all of the impacts and some options.
And are these like what are the criteria to get into this program? Like, are you low income, like AISH?
Exactly. So it's designed using the federal government's low income cutoff. There's a chart based on your household size, and it's people who are experiencing low income, below that low income cutoff, and are just slightly above. So we have a tiered model, a sliding scale that council introduced. So you'd be looking at people who are in that range.
So these aren't people who can just start taking taxis to work.
Correct. We did a program evaluation that's very powerful in terms of the results. We're talking about people sharing impacts like I had to choose between groceries and transportation before, and now I don't have to. So we have those proven results from the program.
So effectively, if the province discontinues this program, we're going to have 25,000 people a month who are effectively trapped in their homes. They can if they can walk, but they won't be able to afford renting a vehicle, and they now won't be able to afford taking transit.
Thank
So
you,
it's
Matt.
been co-funded, just to clarify, but that report in May will give you the detailed
Yeah,
perspective.
just to add to that, I think council will be left with the choice of either supplementing the rest of the funding in the program or changing the program criteria or eliminating the program altogether.
Sorry, what was that? It's been partially funded?
Yeah, it's partially funded by the province, partially funded by the city. So we share costs in this Ride Transit program. We would have, our choices would be to pick up the rest of the program costs if it's unfunded by the province, or change the criteria in which we apply the program itself, or eliminate the program altogether.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, I have a ton of questions, but I'm going to just jump off of that one. Just quickly to Ms. Vlemin, your answer wasn't really satisfactory because in the report, it says specifically AHS said that they are not paying that. Did they not? That's what the report says. So it's not that we're waiting on an answer. We've received an answer.
Yeah, and maybe I should have couched my words a little more careful in the presentation. We don't expect to receive that $2.2 million.
Thank you for that clarity. Okay, that's all my question on that one. Can you break down for me the police funding formula? So based on the settlements and all the amendments that we have in this, how has it changed? What is the lump sum for 2024 for EPS in millions? So not the settlements, not the arbitrated settlements, just based on the funding formula.
We might have to pull
And,
that up.
and what is it adjusted? Because and also like the question of the ratio is another thing I have around that, because I know the funding formula talked about that 30% ratio. And so now if we've had a significant increase in CSU 52, some of which are in EPS, but some of which are also a bigger portion in our regular, it still has an impact on the ratio with the funding formula, no?
Correct. But as your budget grows,
So
it
does
provides
theirs.
a little bit of room in that 30%.
Yeah.
So if they were
So, but we're not
close-
gonna hit that cap, because I think the argument from several counselors was, we're gonna hit that cap. But with the trajectory we're going and the increases and the adjustments we're making based on union settlements, we're not close to that cap. I'm just trying to get a sense of that.
You're still close to the cap, but you may not hit the cap.
We did calculate the ratio, and we're still under.
Yeah. So can you, yeah, so I'd still like that outstanding question of, because I get that all the time, and so I need to know how much we are actually giving EPS as a growth increase in 2024 would be a great number for me, so thank you. With WCB premiums, this one really stood out to me, and it sounds like we're statistically high. I don't know if administration wanted to elaborate on that and some of the things we're gonna do to bring that down, because it sounds like when I hear statistically high, we're having more WCB claims than the average municipal corporation. That's concerning.
Counselor, so our WCB claims have increased over the last few years, particularly throughout the pandemic. A couple of things happened, more injuries, longer duration of injuries, and a reduction in modified work. So we are undertaking a look at all of those things to reduce. But a large portion of the increase is because WCB is taking off the subsidy that it's been providing to employers for many, many years. So that will continue to increase regardless of our performance.
But we're seeing a higher increase in, let's say, other municipalities in Alberta. That's how I read it. If I'm wrong, please correct my understanding.
Our claim costs.
Our premiums.
Our claim costs were more than the average claim costs for 2020 to 2022. So yes, we are experiencing a surcharge for being above the other municipalities for our claim costs.
So is there any work, so in that work that's underway, have we flagged certain areas, certain departments where we're seeing that, and then working on OH&S strategies around that?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Ongoing conversations.
So okay, I'll leave that for now then. And then just the Glen Ridding, I just don't have an issue with it, but I just didn't really understand, again, not being familiar with that area, what is that 6.8 million actually getting us? If somebody could speak to that. Like, and what is that partnership agreement? What does that 6.8 million get in that area for those residents?
Councilor, I can speak to that. It's Roger Jevdy. We're adding onto the base of the school, similar to Dr. Ann Anderson or St. Francis Xavier. So we'll add a gymnasium, a fitness center, a fitness studio, and then access to a number of multipurpose rooms that will operate similar to those other two partnerships.
So how do these partnerships come about? Because I mean, again, selfishly looking at, Castle Downs, for example, with the Catholic high school or the public high school, like, are we anticipating, talking about financial pressures, more of these kind of emergent requests for partnership coming up in the future with some of these other high school builds that we don't currently have budgeted?
We did explore Castle Downs, and we weren't able to reach a partnership there. Certainly Alberta Infrastructure is using this as a model that we may be able to use in future high schools, and they'll have a bit of a framework on how to go forward, bringing a much lower capital cost amenity to those communities.
Okay, I'll stop there. I do have another round of questions, Mayor.
Sorry, I can just answer your other one. So $11.8 million or 0.6% is the impact of the funding formula. $19.7 million is the impact for police salary settlements.
So in total, the 11 plus the 19?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Oh, we have some students joining us before I go to Councillor Hamilton for questions, but I don't have the slip of the. Let me see then. Here it's this, maybe it's a different teacher, right? Well, I'll see. So I would like to welcome grade 6 class joining us from David Thomas King School, Ward Nicora Iska, which is Councillor Knack is your council representative. Councillor Knack is waving to you if you look on the screen. And who is the teacher? What is the teacher's name? Because they're different. Mr. Knight, thank you so much for joining us. Your rest of your classmates were here earlier on when we were hearing presentation from our administration. Thank you so much for joining us. We're talking about a budget. It is about how we collect property taxes and how we use those property taxes to pay for the services the city provides around police, fire service, recreational facilities, libraries, public transit, parks, and all the things that you get to use on a daily basis. We are talking about how we can continue to sustain those services and continue to fund those services. Thank you so much for joining us. Stick around as long as you want to and can, right? And also wish you the best in your presentation. I think you're going to be talking. You're doing a mock council as well, right? So good luck with that. Oh, somebody is raising hands. I think if we go into oh, you're waving. Okay, thank you so much. Okay, thank you. Nice to see you all. Okay, enjoy. All right, with that, I'll go to Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you. I'm going to come back around to the WCB premiums. Obviously, you're exploring that. Can you give us some indication of what line of business is driving that at the city? I know you're doing a risk assessment. Obviously, I would assume you're doing risk assessments here, but give us some maybe more color commentary on what's driving the WCB claims.
So one of the increases is related to our fire service. There's presumptive coverage there, and so we don't necessarily even see those claims from recent. Those are cancers and those types of things, which are historical and then impact us in those years. One of the other areas that we're taking a look at is Edmonton Transit Service. It's difficult to provide modified work in that area. In addition, they've seen a host of different concerns over the course of the pandemic that psychologically impacted them. They also have some musculoskeletal, driving a bus. Yep. Day after day after day after day. So preventative programs to make sure that they get the support that they need and to bring those claim costs down and prevent those injuries.
All right, so thank you for that. That's helpful in terms of understanding some of the impacts on the business and the city. I wanted to come back to Ms. Mutiarty. You're talking about, I think, one of the funniest terms in economics, which is negative growth, and that our real GDP saw negative growth over the past 3 years. But conversely, we're seeing
population growth. So if we're not seeing the GDP growth in Edmonton, where is the economic growth happening in the region? Do you have a sense of that?
Yeah, so in terms of the negative growth comment, it was more so real GDP per capita.
Yeah.
So overall for the economy, we are forecasting growth, but not growth so strong to match population growth, which brings down the real GDP per capita indicator and puts it into negative growth territory. So the economy is still growing,
Yeah.
but not the same pace to match.
But ordinarily you kind of, so what would account for that type of growth where you don't see real GDP growth?
I'm sorry, I don't think I understand the question.
Yeah, well, I guess I would think in a large city, when you see more people come to a city, you see the GDP grow along with that. You generally see more prosperity. So what would drive population growth that wouldn't lead to economic growth?
Okay, so if we were looking at factors that could contribute to that real GDP per capita growth going into positive territory, it would have to do with changes in aggregate demand. So the point around here is in terms of the population is growing, so overall the consumption of goods and services is also increased. But in terms of the individual household, they're definitely making trade-offs in terms of their consumption. So on an individual basis, they're likely looking at either making different decisions or negative growth in terms of where they're spending money in certain areas. So it would have to be growth across all areas in the services producing sectors, goods producing sectors. But in our economy, especially in terms of employment in our region, the vast majority of employment is in service producing industries. So typically you think of discretionary spending typically resides in services, so that's also having an impact on that factor.
Yeah, and that's I kind of want to understand that more, but I'm running out of time here. The other thing I wanted to ask you was about that shelter inflation, and you said the number I think you gave us was an aggregate of rented, owned, and utilities. Is there a way to get that information disaggregated?
Yeah, so the lowest level of detail we can get is rented accommodation, owned accommodation, and utilities as separate categories. So that's something that we can provide in greater detail in terms of historical series.
Yeah, I think that personally I'd find that interesting just to understand sort of what's driving those costs in different sectors. I'm running out of time, so I'm going to leave it here. I'll come back on a second round. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Wright.
Thank you very much. I'm just going to slide 4, just I guess maybe continuing that conversation. You've got forecasted sort of all items are sort of stabilized going forward. But what's the forecast for the shelter inflation? Like, where are you leveling out, I guess, or?
So our forecast, we can only go so far as to forecast headline consumer inflation. So in terms of comments is where we wanted to preempt the path of shelter inflation as being one factor that adds uncertainty to the path for consumer inflation overall. Given that shelter inflation is ramping up, consumer inflation as a whole has been decelerating, but that definitely is a bit of a wild card at this point.
Okay, so the forecast for all items may not be that stable?
It may not, at least over the course of this year. It might be a bit of a bumpy ride.
Okay. All right, thank you very much. And then I want to go to slide 8 with the different budget.
The name of the slide?
Oh, budget savings.
Okay, got it.
So things like that 2% initiative, I think you'd mentioned like stripping it down. Did that result in reduced services then, in order to achieve that 2% reduction or the other reductions on the slide?
I think it was a combination of efficiency efforts and service reductions or shifts in service or changes in service levels.
Okay, so where we've seen some of those savings there, now we kind of have to make up for some of those. We've been trying to make up for some of those service reductions.
If we reduced a service and that reduction of service was improved, we don't introduce it back without a service package. So to the extent that it's there and causing a pressure, it's because it was introduced later, which is, I think, kind of something Councillor Knack was alluding to.
Okay, thank you. And then going to slide number 9 on the proposed adjustments. I'm just wondering, the transfer to pay-as-you-go for 2025, it jumps up to 16.9. So that's, I think the 6.8 is from as a result of the Glen Redding Heights, is that correct?
Yeah, Glen Redding Heights is coming out of that funding. So by delaying projects, we have debt servicing savings. Those savings are going to be put into pay-as-you-go, and in order to meet the requirement to match and work with the province to get that done, we've taken it out of that so that we didn't have to increase taxes or take away from other existing projects.
So we kind of save now but pay later.
Well, it would depend if council wanted to go forward with the Glen Redding, then we would have had to find a different funding source for it.
Okay.
And it's matching dollars from the province, so it's good return.
Okay, and then, but that is for, and you'd also mentioned that using that pay-as-you-go has been more sort of to address the renewal deficit, correct?
That is the goal. When we bring forward the SCBA in June, we'll be talking about what are some of our options as far as spending, but we will be looking at renewal and safety issues first.
Okay, but this is growth, this isn't renewal, the Glen Redding.
Glen Redding is growth, yes.
Yeah, okay. And let's see what else I had. What have I got left here? Being sensitive to labor costs, I know we have had to make adjustments because of settlements with the different unions. Will we be accounting for that in any future settlement negotiations? I understand that we're in the midst of a number of them right now.
So I'll answer that question in private only.
Okay, thank you. I'll wait until private then. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you so much. Really appreciate the comprehensive presentation and all the work that went into this. Just wanted to loop back to the Shigella response. Just need some clarity. So when we responded to the province's request for service provision, was there a commitment from the province at that time to cover those costs?
No.
No, okay. And I guess what other options do we have for recovering those costs at this point, if any?
I think it's continued advocacy.
Okay, thank you. I also just wanted to ask about the Ride Transit program. So recognizing we'll have to have a conversation about whether or not that program can continue, change in criteria. When would we get to have that conversation?
So the report's going to go to committee on May 23rd, and that's when we'd have that opportunity to explore all those options.
Okay, great, thank you. I also just wanted to get some clarity following on Councillor Rutherford's question around EPS 2024 funding. So my understanding, so the formula itself is the 11.8, salary settlements the 19.7. That doesn't include the 5 million from the CSU settlement, correct? So that would be in addition to?
Yes, that would be in addition to.
Okay. So then that would be, I'm just trying to get my totals right. 36.5? Does that sound right? Just want to make sure.
Roughly 36 and a half.
Perfect, thank you. Okay, and then I also wanted to loop back to one of the, just to maybe zoom out, one of the bigger comments that was made. Ms. Padbury, you spoke about the need to take decisive action now to address some of the systemic and structural budgetary challenges that we're facing. I wanted to ask if you feel like those plans are in place to course correct, and if it's just a matter of implementing some of those changes at this point, or if there are outstanding conversations that need to be had around some of those structural challenges.
I think the decisive action we've taken here is to increase the tax levy to respond to some of the items that we have less control over. I do think that there's a series of events that have to happen, including us coming back to you on something like the Ride Transit program, us coming back to you on what we're seeing in terms of revenue reductions in transit overall, where they're attributed to, whether we would ever consider looking at fee changes to supplement some of the issues that we're seeing in the revenue. So there's a series of events that I think still have to happen. Maybe the decision is either we accept that we're happy with these level of tax increases, which I'm not sure anyone is, and we know that we need to do work to try and bring those down. And what do all of those steps look like, and where are we willing to make reductions?
Okay, that's really helpful. I appreciate that, and I'll yield the rest of my time.
Thank you, Councilor Salvador. Councilor Stevenson.
Yes, thank you very much. Really appreciated the overview and the diligence that your team has taken on preparing this report. I wanted to touch on some of the items outlined in attachment 9. There's a few references to external contract inflation. Am I correct in assuming that there will be sort of an ongoing evaluation in terms of when insourcing maybe makes sense? I assume we're using some of those external contracts. Do we look to, as those costs are rising, do we look at when it becomes cost effective for us to provide those directly?
I think we would routinely look at what we insource. I think there is also the other side of that, which is there things that we can do that outsource that provide better an ability to do more with less funding?
Did you want to add anything?
Yeah, I think just on the operational side of it, definitely we are looking always at the jobs that we provide and whether it's more efficient for us to do that internally rather than externally, value for dollar for taxpayer. There are a lot of insourcing that we do, especially things like signage, our fleet and facilities work, things like that we do insource at a much better rate than we would get in the market. So we are doing that constantly with all the jobs that we provide.
Great, appreciate that. Just in terms of some of the parts inflation, are there opportunities or have we explored our ability to capitalize some of those costs?
Yeah, we capitalize whatever we can in accordance with our policies, and we expense the rest. But if, to the extent that something doesn't extend the useful life of an asset, it's generally an expense.
Interesting. So there's not really a way to mitigate those parts needs. They're just things that we need. Okay. In terms of Edmonton Fire Rescue Services recruitment, I know we had a presentation last week at the Police Commission about some of their recruitment efforts. Are we combining some of those efforts to garner some savings there or some potential benefits?
We have David online, he could answer that.
Good morning, Councillor. On occasions, we do kind of collaborate and look for shared opportunities, but it's more just efficiency in the event itself rather than up to this point looking for cost savings. I mean, it is something we possibly could consider. There are some collective agreement considerations as well that might be a factor that we have to contend with.
Okay, great. Yeah, I think there could be value in exploring, looking for some of those efficiencies of collaborating together on that. Then I apologize if this was touched on, but I have heard from some external stakeholders the idea of potentially deferring, changing our policy to defer the repayment of our FSR for a longer period of time than 3 years. Just wanted to get a reaction from administration in terms of the advisability of that, the feasibility of that. I think I heard you speak earlier about needing to face our challenges head on. So just wondering, what you would think of amending that policy.
So I think if we amend that policy, you should do it with all the information that we would bring you, including what level of risk do you expect in the future. Because I think as we set that on we do a risk-based evaluation, and so if the risks are higher, it might be that you need to have a longer period to address that, but you'd be building to a higher minimum balance because that's what the risk would ultimately do. I think we could look at spreading it. I would say, though, I'm not sure that I think it would be difficult to allow for anything more than 4 years. Once you get past kind of 4 years, you're starting to allow councils to impact a council 2 elections out. And so that can really compound and snowball issues in the long term.
That's a very interesting consideration. Would even just sort of a high level discussion of that be possible to come back with fall SOBA when we're looking at the payback strategy?
Yeah, so we'll bring back a payback strategy. I believe that this is the year that the reserves review is due, and so we would also be looking at the risk-based review of the minimum balance, so we'll bring it all back together.
Perfect, really appreciate that. I'll stop here. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Rice.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi, and thank you for the presentation. I have a bunch of questions, may come back later. So let me start the first one. I would like to focus on budget because we need approve budget today, and then we have to prove the tax by law on April 30th. So today, and I want to understand, I want to have the exactly number. If this 8.7% increase passed, what is the exact number for the budgeted tax revenue?
Just give us a sec. We gotta pull
Okay,
up the attachment.
so, okay, thank you. I'm going to my related next question, and is that assessment growth $4.03 million is part of this budgeted tax revenue or is separate?
Assessment growth, that $4 million is the additional amount we've added to the budget for assessment growth over and above what we had previously included for assessment growth.
So that is not part of budgeted tax revenue, right?
No,
So
it is.
It is?
Yeah.
Okay, so I need a total number for the tax, for budgeted tax revenue.
If you look at attachment 1,
Yeah.
it's at the bottom, so 3.635 billion.
That is the total revenue, but I'm asked total tax revenue. So, give the time and you're working on that number, I'm going to the next question. So in the presentation slide 11, when we talk about budget adjustment summary and the specifically indicated council directed is zero impacted. And however, in the page, in the slide 12, indicated tax increase by council directed 0.6. So what is the difference between this? Why the impact is zero, however, the tax increase impact is 0.6. So can you leverage that a little bit more?
Sorry, you're looking at the 0.6 on council directed on slide 12, right?
Yes, but on the slide 11, it said council directed is zero impact. So that difference there, I would like to have the information why is the difference there.
So the difference between the two slides is
one is zero impact.
Yeah, on slide 11, what we're saying is what percentage increase is between the movement from a 6.6% to an 8.7. So nothing in that increase was council directed, but slide 12 goes from the total increase of 8.7. So of the total of 8.7, 0.6 is related to council directed.
Okay, so it's
but
not
none of that
increase.
is related to the move from
Increase.
6.6 to 8.7.
So nothing to do with increase.
Correct.
Okay.
And then the total revenue number is 2.1 billion.
2.1.
Total tax revenue, sorry.
Total tax revenue is 2.1 billion. Okay, billion. Thank you for that. And then the next question is about the recent cost. That is slide 13, and specifically, we talk about the WCB premium increases 0.4 for contributed to the tax increase. And then for the labor costs, I know we're discussing in the private, I'm not going to ask detail, but does that mean the rest of them is all the labor-related costs to contribute to the tax increase rate?
I wouldn't say all of it. Like there's variations in some of the amounts that we're holding in other line items for projected increases in utilities.
In attachment 1, and specifically, and talk about the transfer and from financial strategy 27%, that contributed to 1.4 tax increase rate. And then in the page 3, we hold $35 million financial strategy. Does that mean, is it fair to say, and for this adjustment, $35 million in financial strategy, only $27 million used for the labor cost, for the rest of them is other type of cost?
Yeah, so I wouldn't look at those numbers net, and I, like, what we try to do is show you the breakdown of how we go from 6.6 to 8.7. The $27 million, like the amounts that you see coming out for salary increases, those come out of financial strategies. But then we re-estimate everything else that's in financial strategies, which includes labor, utilities, and that's what's in that number at the bottom. So they're not net numbers. We're taking out some, we're re-estimating what the total impact is and adjusting the budget to what we need it to be.
I'm talking about the late, but I will come back later.
Please,
Yeah.
Councillor Cardinal.
Great, thank you. Thank you for the conversation today. So I would like to look at slide 9, I think it is, proposed adjustments. And I just, a couple of really quick questions on the items on this slide. So changes due to assessment growth, and I'm sorry if I missed this, but 4 million, we're effectively getting $4 million more than we thought.
That's correct.
That's the right to read that. Okay, so grants in lieu write down, a little more detail on that?
So that the grants in place of taxes.
That part, okay.
That is, when we finalize the numbers, it's $3.5 million higher than we anticipated.
So the loss is 3.5 higher than we anticipated.
Yeah, we're recovering $3.5 million less from the government than we expected.
Right, okay. Business license revenues down 1.7 million. What were we budgeting? Like how big of a reduction is that?
I don't have their total budget offhand, but when we originally brought that bylaw forward, we estimated that it would be down by 1.4. This adjustment of 1.7 is bringing it down to what we're actually experiencing at the moment.
Yeah, I'm just wondering what.
It's $10.6 million is their budget.
So if we're down, that's their revenue budget?
That's the revenue budget.
So if we're down 1.7 on 10.6, that's 15%.
Yeah.
Okay. I just wanted to get a scale of that. Okay, and then the next two lines, so we have reduced debt servicing costs. So we're harvesting those reductions and putting them in pay-as-you-go.
That's correct.
Right. And that totals, I think how fast can I do this? Roughly $31 million, $30 million over the 3 years.
That looks roughly correct, yep.
Roughly correct. So if we have $30 million more in pay-as-you-go, does that mean we're doing $30 million of more things? Or what does that mean exactly?
It means you have $30 million in pay-as-you-go to address any issues that you might have on the capital side. So that's why we're saying that would potentially be earmarked for renewal. This would be unallocated funding with the exception of Glen Ridding, which we took out of here.
So minus Glen Ridding, there's roughly $23-ish million to be allocated in the capital plan.
No, it's higher than that. It's 56 something.
Just wondering when we would get the detail on what other things that would be allocated to.
We will be bringing that back as part of the SCBA on June 11th.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So I've got some questions on that. So maybe to Mr. Jebny then, I think this idea for Glen Ridding is built on the Dr. Ann Anderson model. Your mic is hot there.
Oh, sorry.
That's correct, Councillor.
Yeah, okay. And can you so that model was a little less than $6 million and bolted on a bit of an activity and community center to that high school. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
And so that site, Dr. Ann Anderson High School, is part of a district park, the somewhat prototypical 2 high schools and a big rec center piece, right?
Yeah, that's the long-term plan for the site.
Can you remind me just what the queue is now on rec centers? Coronation was late in delivery. Lewis Farms followed that. What's next in the queue?
What's next? Council approved some funding to start the planning work for the Heritage Valley Rec Center in 2025.
So that would be this one at Dr. Ann Anderson.
It would be the additional other amenities like a pool or an arena on the site.
And we're,
At Dr. Ann, it's a gymnasium. It's the primary amenity.
but there's nothing allocated for that. So if I understand correctly, you know, waiting in the wings, pending any other adjustments we might make to size and scale of rec centers are, and these are just the ones I know of, but Heritage Valley, Glen Ridding, Scona Pool replacement, Rolly Miles, maybe Oliver, maybe something at East Glen, and my apologies to my colleagues, I don't know the north side pressures. Is that fair?
Because I think there's some additional renewal pressures that we'll have to determine whether facilities close, repurposed, or replaced with new facilities.
So in the case of Dr. Ann Anderson, that $6 million activity center is there until the rec center comes 20 years from now, 25?
Yeah, not sure on the timing, but it will certainly be in use until we build the additional amenities on the site.
And Glen Ridding, if we spend a few dollars now, that is about the only thing that comes to that park for 25 or 30 years?
Yeah, that's right. In both cases, there's no other amenities in the area.
Right, so kids going to that high school, their kids might see a rec center. Unless we do this. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Cardinal. Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to follow up on Glen Ridding because I'm just trying to get an understanding of this. In the slides, we saw that it would have no tax levy impact. Is that correct?
That's correct, because just to pivot off of Councillor Cartmel's, when we adjust the debt servicing to pay-go, we create $66.6 million in pay-go over the cycle, and we use a portion of that to fund a grant on a grant for something that is like capital, and so it doesn't impact the tax levy if we take it out of pay-as-you-go.
Okay, there is a line item for pay-as-you-go for 9-point-something million. So that's not
Yeah,
a
so
part of that?
we adjust debt servicing based on cash flows, transfer that to pay-as-you-go. Then we use pay-as-you-go to fund the Glen Ridding, the amount needed for Glen Ridding.
Okay, so like on the slide, on one of the slides, it showed pay-as-you-go.
So the 9.4?
Yeah, 9.4 million, which contributes to a 0.5% tax levy increase.
Yeah, that's included in the 66.6, and it's not a tax levy increase. We're basically, because we had increased the tax levy back during the 4-year budget to account for debt servicing. The debt servicing isn't needed as quickly as we anticipated, so we're basically delaying it, but we already have the tax levy in place, so we're taking that money now and putting it towards pay-as-you-go so that we can address some renewal needs as well as Glen Ridding.
Okay.
So it's a timing issue, really.
Okay, and I'm not very familiar with the area. How far is Glen Ridding from Terwilliger Rec Center? Roger, Mr. Jepney, do you know?
Yeah, I think it's about 7 kilometers away.
Okay. All right. And then I also do have a question about the LRT reserve. Are we, just if you could jog my memory, are we holding money in abeyance for land acquisition for the north extension?
I might need help from Bruce Ferguson on that if he's on the line, or Mr. Wobham.
No, I'm here, and actually the land acquisition for the next phase of Metroline was approved as a part of the last budget, so there's $20 million, and that land acquisition is underway.
The land acquisition is underway, so there's been some progress with that?
That's correct.
How much of the 20 million has been accounted for?
I don't have that information. I do know that we have closed some sale on some properties. We're doing voluntary purchases right now, but I'd have to get you the exact numbers that have been spent so far.
Okay. My question, the reason I'm asking these questions is if we're considering any other type of action, I was wondering if LRT reserve funds could be used towards the enhanced transit safety plan. I'm not sure if that's something that could be considered.
That I can't speak to that right now, Councillor. I know we're doing a review of the LRT reserve and the policies surrounding that. That's a body of work that's happening this year.
Okay. And, yeah, so the capital, I was just trying to get an understanding, sorry, back to Glen Redding. Can you explain again the capital? So we will have to put capital funding towards it as well, but that's coming back at the SCBA, correct?
No, Councillor, this goes as a operating contribution to Alberta infrastructure. It'll be the school board will own the building. We'll have an agreement to use it for the next 25 or 30 years. So this will be the full amount of the investment into the capital project.
Okay, so there won't be capital funding coming forward for this project?
That's correct.
Okay, okay. Oh, and another thing quickly, neighborhood renewal. I know that this is something that that council does not have an appetite to put on hold, although having had a few neighborhoods go through this process and not being overly happy with the results, I would like to put a consideration of possibly looking at pausing neighborhood renewal until we can come with some form of agreement on how we should be proceeding with the design. Thank you. My time's up.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Councillor Tang.
Great. Thank you very much for, again, very thorough explanation of the budget. Lots of great questions. I think I've been filling a lot of my answers based on my colleagues' lines of questions. And just want to fill some gaps here. So I think one of the common questions I hear a lot is sort of some of the unanticipated rise in utility and fuel and that kind of stuff. And people will ask, has it been that significant in the last 4 or 5 months since the last time we set the fall budget? Just wondering if you can kind of speak to that a little bit. And maybe I'll just follow up on that too, because you also mentioned now we have a much better information to better forecast for the future. Can you just elaborate on what that means and what kind of additional information we have now that we didn't have before?
Yeah, so remember we set these budgets back in 2022 for 2023. So since then, we've seen utility price escalate higher than we anticipated, fuel prices escalating higher than we anticipated.
I think the comparison
labor settlement.
Yeah, and I think this is a comparison point with last fall in 2023.
Okay, if you want, I'm gonna suggest that might be a question you'd like to ask in camera.
Okay, great. Thank you. And then just on the grants in lieu, so I can just better understand. So there's a number's been out there in the media around 60 million for provincial property tax. But typically instead of province paying their property tax, they pay grants in lieu. And over the years, they give us that amount, a certain amount of money, correct?
Yeah, so let me just see if Kate Watt is online.
Hi, Deputy Tabry, I'm here.
Can you answer that, Kate? I think you'd do a better job than me.
Yes, exactly, Councillor. The legislation does not allow us as a municipality to tax a higher order of government. So both the federal government and the provincial government provide grants in lieu. The provincial program is called Grants in Place of Taxation. Until I think 2020, possibly 2021, they paid 100% of their quote unquote tax bill as a grant.
Yep.
But during the pandemic, they said they were undergoing financial stress and they reduced, for most, not all municipalities in the province, their grant by 50%. And they have yet to restore that funding to 100%. So as our tax rates increase, so does the amount that the province doesn't pay in that grant in place of taxation.
Gotcha. Thank you. And so this year it is 3.5 million less that we're collecting from them is the earlier threat.
No, that is the amount over and above what we originally forecasted.
Okay, got it.
And that has a lot to do with the tax rate being contemplated today being higher than the tax rate contemplated in the fall.
And I think in the presentation, Jody, you said this is a cumulative of 16 million?
It's actually 18 million.
Sorry?
Sorry to answer for Jody, but if the budget is passed today and tax rates bylaw is passed next week, we would be, and the province doesn't again fund more than 50% of the grants in place, we would be looking at closer to $80 million over the time that they have underfunded.
Yeah. So let me just do this, like break this into its parts, okay? So the 3.5 or 3.7 that you're seeing, sorry, I don't have it right in front of me.
3.5.
That is the amount over and above what we originally estimated. The 16.7 that Jody referred to, that is the annual expected impact of what the province of the loss in grant in lieu, and the $80 million that Ms. Watt is referring to is the cumulative impact of taxes not recovered through a grants process.
Thank you. That's actually, that was helpful. I'm out of time, but I'll just come around for other clarifying.
Thank you. Councillor Salvador, can you take the chair?
Yes, I have the chair.
So, to be clear though, right, on that aspect, we can't withhold paying taxes to the province in the form of property. For example, we collect education property taxes. We can't take $80 million of that and send less $80 million to the province. We're not allowed to do that.
We are absolutely not allowed to do that, Mr. Mayor. Our legislation that allows the City of Edmonton to exist as a municipality is the provincial legislation. So, in essence, they have a lot of control over what and how we conduct our business. They will not allow us to underfund.
Yeah, and we can, and same would be applicable for other downloaded responsibilities from the province to the municipalities. Shingala is one example. There are others. So it's not that we can, instead of sending them $300 million in property tax check from city, we can't withhold amount. So I think that's clear because we will be in violation of the legislation to do so. I want to come back to Glen Reading. It's a very important investment in the community as well as leveraging provincial money, provincial infrastructure, and building something far less that would otherwise cost us. My question, so I'm fully supportive of it. What I want to know is, why can we not borrow money? Is there restrictions? Because can we borrow to pay for our cost, or because we can't borrow because it's provincially owned?
You can't borrow because it's not an asset that you own, it's an asset that the province owns.
So that is the reason, right? Okay, got it. Okay. On pay-as-you-go, your recommendation is that we don't do anything with those resources. They go to renewal, and we'll have that discussion about a month from now. Just want to get your thoughts. Did you consider using that money to top off FSR? Because we will be looking at another percentage increase in fall to make up for the shortfall in the FSR.
So we didn't. I would say what we're doing here is saying that you included in tax levy amounts intended for capital, and when the timing of those shifts and changes, we put that towards capital. It doesn't mean that we wouldn't necessarily have another look at that when we do the financial stabilization reserve payback strategy. It was more us acknowledging that this was raised for capital, and therefore the timing differences should probably go back to capital.
Yeah, no, I understand that, but I'm just trying to figure out to reduce the impact of future tax levies to make up for FSR. So maybe I'll come back to that later. On the, so your recommendation is that OP12 reallocations that we have done approved, that remains in financial strategies, right?
That is our recommendation in this budget, yep.
Okay, I think that's a wise recommendation because we have future risks that we need to mitigate. But I do want to ask, though, again, could we not use that to top up financial stabilization fund, which is another risk that we're trying to mitigate?
You could. I think that's a decision that council can make. I think what we try to balance, like whether it's PAYGO or whether it's financial strategies, is what is the risk that we're experiencing in the out years in both our capital program and in our operating program. And I think what we're saying is we see risk on both sides of those, and that's why we allocated as we did.
No, I see risk on three sides. I risk on the operating side. I see risk on capital side. But I also see risk on the reserves, right? Because that's also underfunded, right, on FSR. So I'm trying to figure out what is the balance of, we need to mitigate in all three areas, right? So wherever you put it, it's going to be good use to mitigate the risk. But I'm just trying to figure out how we avoid that future tax levy hit.
Well, I would say if you left it in financial strategies, you can also make that decision in the fall.
Okay. And I do have a question on the sergeant in arm proposal. I would like to defund it, but I'm running out of time, so I'll come back. Yeah. And I will take I'll move the second round.
Great.
Second.
Please vote on the second round. We have all the votes. Display the votes. That's carried, and I'll return the chair.
Okay, thank you so much. With that, I'll go to Councillor Knack to move the recommendation.
Thanks, Mayor. Is this the appropriate time to move the motion?
Yes, please.
Okay, great. I will move the following recommendation. Number one, that adjustments to the 2024 through 2026 operating budget as outlined in attachment 1 of the April 23rd, 2024 Financial and Corporate Services Report be approved. Number two, that the proposed fee changes to Fort Edmonton Park as outlined in attachment 5 of the April 23rd, 2024 Financial and Corporate Services Report be approved. Number three, that $2,700,000 be appropriated in the Financial Stabilization Reserve for the Sedona property Dwayne's Home as outlined in attachment 6 of the April 23rd, 2024 Financial and Corporate Services Report. And number four, that attachment 8 of the April 23rd, 2024 Financial and Corporate Services Report remain private pursuant to sections 24, 20, and 25 and 27 of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act.
Okay, need a seconder? Councillor Stevenson seconded. So we have a recommendation on the floor. So we can continue asking questions on the recommendation or other questions related to SOBA. And also if council members can start showing their interest if they have any amendments to make, that'll be great. With that, I'm going to go. Councillor Knack, you have further questions, right?
Yes, please. Thank you. Yeah. I wanted to ask a little bit about the service package, unfunded service packages related to the proactive enforcement and the transit safety teams. I wanted to double check because I think the way the motion was, there were a few different motions. One that sort of asked for a all-encompassing, including transit total, and then there was a separate motion about a breakdown on transit. So when I read that slide, is it safe to assume that if you were to just do the proactive enforcement, the 11.3, that would include the 2.5, the 0.8, and the 4.1?
Sorry, I'm just pausing because you lost me a little bit with the numbers on that one. But I think the question is, does the proactive enforcement package kind of include all of the other pieces? It does, with the exception of CAUT outreach services, because it is specific to enforcement services and peace officer supplies. or resources. So that would be my one caveat, but I would suggest that all of the resources, if you considered that entire enforcement service package, all of our other service packages for peace officers would be kind of nullified. Yeah.
Okay, that's helpful. Now, I'm appreciating the conversation we're having today, and so to be very clear, I don't think I can make a motion on that today, but I am pretty eager to catch up on where we need to on the proactive side of things, and so I guess maybe this is the bigger question, and I don't know if this goes to Ms. Padbury or Mr. Robar, as we've talked about how looking for savings is a continuous improvement exercise within the city. Appreciate we've sort of been going through the OP12 piece. Can you talk a little bit about the work that might happen between now and fall around how we keep trying to find, I know, we've been cutting in so many different areas, we've been reducing things. So it's hard. And at the same time, I think there is an expectation that from Edmontonians that this work doesn't stop. And I've heard that from you. But what's that going to look like between now and the fall of this year to help us maybe be able to fund some of these important core services?
So I think it'll look like a few things. I think, first of all, even though we're making OP12 part of a regular budget, so anywhere that there was an idea that had to be determined, we'll continue to do the work on that to hopefully produce some savings that can either be redirected or ultimately used to take the pressure off the tax levy. I think you'll see us, we'll look at all of the things with respect to the financial stabilization reserve that we can do to try and ensure that we can balance making sure we've got our reserves funded properly and providing money available for council priorities. I do think you'll have to have a conversation about, is there something you would rather not do in order to do something like this? And the last thing I just sort of feel compelled to answer is, I think what we've pointed you to when we talk about budget pressures are some of the things that we're working really hard to manage, but if we can't get transit revenues recovered, we'd probably have to deal with that first before you enhanced a service.
That's fair. And so what I heard from you, and I think that third item in particular, there will still be further conversations with council over the next coming months about additional areas where we might be willing to say less here, more here. So which was sort of the OP12 piece, but I just heard you did deliberately sort of call that out as an action item. So I just wanted to make sure that that's something we have to be willing to do if we're interested, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Do we have a sense of how those, maybe that's getting into the point, I'm just curious about, how we make sure we have those conversations, early enough. I'm looking at the time and it's already April, and how do we make sure we're doing our best work to give you that guidance about those areas so that you have enough time to produce whatever that budget looks like? So is there sort of a sequence of events that we're planning for at this point?
So we do have budget update reports scheduled for June and September, so we would look to use those.
Great. Okay. So at those, because yes, we had made that motion on that. So that's going to be the points for those. And that would give you, I'm out of time. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm also contemplating a motion related to that, Councillor Knack. That's okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Councillor Rutherford?
Yeah, just a few more detailed questions. Attachment 9 was eye-opening, first and foremost. One of the things in there that caught my eye was a few things. The first was the enhanced cleaning. In Attachment 9, page 6, it talks about special waste operations, biohazards, needles in downtown. And I was just wondering why that wasn't included in the city center optimization service package.
I can clarify that. That is a part of the Center City optimization package.
So if we do, I know it's unfunded, but if there is somebody that moves a motion to fund it, we fund it, that those biohazards and those pieces would be included?
That's right.
Okay, that's good to know. Good clarification. Thank you, because that was very concerning to me that we're not picking up needles if I read that correctly. utility cut program reduction. I don't know, Mr. Robar, if you want to speak to this one a little bit more, or anybody else, but it talks about how this used to fix sidewalks, fix potholes, and was ceased as a permanent program in 2021, and that eliminating these positions can negatively impact service levels and corrective action may be required. So I just wanted a little bit more foresight into what you're thinking on that item.
I can speak to that one as well.
Sure, Mr.
So
McKeon, go
what
for
we
it.
did on this was back in COVID, it was a program reduction. All of the variable costs were cut, but there were some fixed costs and some personnel that remained. And so those folks moved into sidewalk maintenance, increased the service levels in sidewalk maintenance, reduction in complaints, 311 notifications, things like that. But the program as a whole was essentially $4 million program that was cut, and some fixed costs were not reduced. And so that was reallocated a number of years ago, and it's been remaining since. And so since that service level has been the same for the last 3 or so years, didn't want to reduce that without bringing that to council's attention.
So what I'm hearing is that we're basically maintaining those service levels, but with some of the structural issues, we might have to look at those service levels on a go-forward basis as part of the hard discussions we're gonna have to have?
Exactly, yeah. So
Okay.
there's options in front of us. We're looking at how do we want
But
to
that might be
manage
one
this.
where, well, but that might be one where, for example, on the advice of Ms. Padbury, if we're putting this in financial strategies and we grapple with this in the fall, that might be one where we say we don't want there to be less potholes filled in Edmonton, as an example.
That's right.
Okay, that's a good understanding. And then my last question was around the business license revenue, and I know, thank you, Councillor Cartmel, for the questions you asked around the ratio. I think that's very enlightening, but I asked my team to look into this, and the report that, it says 2022 report, but it looks like it was actually a report that came in 2023. Is this correct, that there was bylaw amendments? Because there was a report on bylaw amendments in April 4th, 2023.
Councillor Rutherford, I can double check the exact dates, but this is related to the adoption of the new business license bylaw 20002. So that was approximately 2 years ago,
Yeah.
and it's the combined impact of some of the adjustments that were made in that bylaw, such as discounting the two-year license, reduced fees for one-time renewals was another area, and then the fee structure itself had some adjustments, so some of the fees were reduced.
So we had business license amendments again in 2023 then, which included amending the commercial school business category, vehicle repair, secondhand dealers, automatic suspension criteria, the list goes on, extending the fine for operating conditions, because we weren't collecting, apparently, like 2.5 million was unrecoverable in revenue. Does this ring a bell at all?
I can look at that here and follow up with you, but the key piece here is that based on what we've been seeing as a result of revenue over the last couple of years, we're making this adjustment to ensure that the forecasting is more aligned with what we expect.
And the reason I bring up this report, because in this report it said no additional financial implications are expected. So I'm just trying to make sure, because my team can't find that I'd like that 2022 report, if that's possible.
I can follow up on that.
And what it said in there about financial implications. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. So we are getting close to 12 o'clock, so we will take a break here and come back at 1:30, and we will carry on with the conversation on SOBA. Well, good afternoon, everyone. I would like to call this meeting back to order. We will start with a roll call of council colleagues. Councillor Wright.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Knack.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Prinsbury.
Hello.
Councillor Stevenson.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Paquette.
Hello.
Councillor Tang. Councillor Hamilton.
Hello.
Councillor Rutherford.
Hi.
Councillor Salvador.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Cartmel.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Rice.
Good afternoon.
And Councillor Jans.
Hello.
All right. Okay. Before we go, before I go to Councillor Hamilton to ask questions to administration, I want to welcome some students who are joining us from David Thomas King School, grade 6. This is the third group from that school, and they are from Ward Nikora Iska. Your ward councillor is Councillor Knack, and he is going to wave you from the screen. They're waving back to you, Councillor Knack. And they are here with their teacher, Ms. Monica Zanari. Here you go. Thank you so much for joining us. And the young guy at the front there by the mic, his name is Tija. And he is new to Canada as well, right? Right, Tija? Nice to see you. Thank you. Nice. Thank you so much for joining us. So stick around as long as you want. I know you have another group that will be from the same school that will be joining us a little later on. We are talking about budget, which is about how we collect taxes in Edmonton from the properties and how we use those taxes to run our city and pay for all the services that Edmontonians rely on, from police service to fire service to recreational facilities, public transit, libraries, pools, parks, snow removal, roads, bridges. There's, I think, close to 73 services that city provides to Edmontonians for their well-being and to keep our city moving and in good shape. So very important conversation that we're having. So stick around as long as you want, and thank you so much for joining us. With that, I'm going to go to Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you. I want to come back to the Sergeant at Arms discussion. And maybe a good question for you, Mr. Robar, is who's currently in charge of the portfolio that would be assigned to the Sergeant at Arms?
I can respond to that. Jennifer Flaman, far corner. This is part of our Community Standards Peace Officer group and the civic precinct that we deploy to manage social disorder in this area.
Okay, but the Sergeant at Arms, it seems like that position would be slightly different, as in you're in charge of council security, city hall security, and the security of all the persons within.
So it would be a more focusing of that role into one persona, I suppose. Okay. But it would work collaboratively in an integrated way with the community services peace officers.
Okay, and so what I wasn't clear on is if this position is unfunded, who is in charge of that now? Like who's in charge of it now?
Ultimately, our Director of Community Standards Peace Officers, Brooke Hilborn, is accountable.
Okay, but do they have authority? Because when I read Sergeant at Arms, my reference is like the legislature or parliament. And that those individuals usually have the authority to act within, say, the floor of the legislature or on the floor of parliament if there is an incident. Would that be a similar, is that conceived as a similar role, or is it more of a director of security?
We would have to work through the actual details of what that role would perform, but we would look at the jurisdictional scan of best practices for the municipalities to inform that.
Okay, that's, and what's being asked for in the budget, it seems to be a partially funded role with additional funding in subsequent years to flesh out the role. Am I understanding that correctly from a budgetary perspective?
Councillor, what is set aside in this year's budget is, I believe, about $100,000.
Yes.
And then the increase would be $45,000 additional in future years, just because we're partway through this year
Yes.
already. So it's not enhancing the amount further other than just to make sure it represents a full year of funding.
Okay, all right, and that's what I thought of, because it seemed low for one FTE, but that makes sense in terms of a sort of full year FTE. Okay, so I have more questions about the Sergeant at Arms position, but I think but I'm going to move now because I want to ask a little bit about some of the transit safety and security funding. And I don't want to necessarily debate this, but I'm noting that in 2024, COT and TCAT is identified as being about $4.4 million-ish. The vandalism, especially for LRT or on transit, is $2.9 million. Inspectors are an additional $1.15 million. And then the LRV cleanup and transit security guards sort of add up in my notes to about just under $12 million. And the question that I'm coming to, Mr. Robar, is that I think this council intends well. We want to address transit safety and security, but I see in this a lot of the costs around transit safety and security are going up. And I'm wondering, at what point would you recommend that we sort of take a look at that holistically and talk about either environmental changes or changes in approach? Because it seems like we're getting, I think, a decent, we've been able to move the needle on transit safety and security, but at what point do we revisit that strategy as a whole and stabilize the financial situation around it?
Yeah, I think certainly we've been making progress on the file. Obviously, there's been heavy investment in the file as well. I totally agree. I think that the review and the work we're doing through the transit security work is about understanding what we're doing that's impacting the environment and then focusing on what we think we can move the needle on. So when we go through this summer, I think the summer is really about making sure that we're tooling ourselves in a way or addressing the issues more targeted towards what's effective. So I think we've gone through this work for the past year. We are kind of centralizing on what is effective for the workplace that we're doing, and I'd see that transition happening over the summer months of us really targeting where does the program go from here, and how do we evolve it in a way that makes sense, whether it's using our money in different areas or redistributing it in different ways, that's on stuff that's more effective, and then kind of shedding the stuff that wouldn't be as effective. But I'd see that happening through the summer months.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Wright?
Thank you very much. With the Sergeant at Arms, I'm just wondering, isn't Cindy Bruno our corporate security advisor through Employee Services or City Manager?
Yes, Councillor. Cindy Bruno is responsible with corporate security for City Hall and the City Hall precinct, but she's not someone who is on site present when meetings are occurring all the time or even most of the time, nor is she the person whose responsibility is to take action or to be the first point of response if there was to be a security incident at City Hall.
Okay.
So the thought is that having one person who is the chief emergency officer, who is the key point of responsibility in the event of an emergency, takes that off others in City Hall who might not be able to respond immediately.
Okay, I'm just, because I almost think that this position is an insult to the way that things were managed back on January 23rd. I think everything with our security guards and that went off quite well in making sure that we were safe. And I'm just wondering, Ms. Flamen, you don't really have all the details of what the position is, and I'm just wondering, is this kind of a knee-jerk reaction to that incident? I'm just wondering, once things get flushed out a little bit more, could we look at funding it then?
So I wouldn't take this as an insult in terms of the way that it was distributed or the reaction at the time of the event. I think that folks did a great job during that event. I think we've done an assessment since then, looked at our security features that we do have in place, and this is one of the recommendations that came out of that security assessment. So I wouldn't take that as an insult at all, other than, you know, there's always room for improvement in the work that we do, and focus on continuous improvement means kind of adjusting to events as we see it and looking at our security protocols and how we can better that work. I don't, Jen, if you want to add anything.
Actually, I was going to add, there are significant liabilities, and we've talked about this before, in relation to that incident and the appropriate corrective actions that have to follow, both from a legal liability as well as an OH&S perspective. And that is one of the, as Mr. Robar has indicated, one of the recommendations. There's a very psychological impact to that incident and to the people that actually work in this building. We need to make sure that it is coordinated in relation to any emergency response that ever happens in this building again.
So again, I'm, you know, wondering about the details of the role in that. Will it be somebody that has that trauma-informed psychological approach? Because there's, I guess, on the flip side, I've also spoken to some psychologists who say that that it can be more traumatizing, I guess, going overboard, taking action, than not taking enough action.
So I think if I can jump in here, knowing that the proposal is for it to come to our branch and community standards, the way we are positioning this is exactly what Cindy's saying, is how are we better collaborating amongst a number of different players. You've heard that corporate security is involved. Our downtown peace officers have some role in responding to City Hall as part of their beat. But certainly, I think we need to look at all of those aspects, and that more the corporate security report that came out after that incident really highlighted some things that we can work on. But we probably need at least one position to start with, to take a look at that, assess it, and put a better action plan in place for the future, as Eddie mentioned, with continuous improvement in mind.
But as Councillor Hamilton has noted, this doesn't seem to be for one full FTE.
No, it is. It's the annualization. So because you don't need all the money for an FTE if you only start the position half a year.
Okay.
You're getting half the money now, and then what you see next year brings it to the annualized amount.
Okay. Because I'm also looking at like sergeants at arms in like legislative assembly offices that are also sort of more ceremonial, performative, dressed up in feathered hats. Is that part of it as well, or is it just strictly security?
There's no intent at this point to, and I realize it's a bit of a, maybe we chose the wrong word, and I may have played a part in that, but you know, just looking at somebody who is sort of head of physical safety and infrastructure security for a legislative body, Sergeant at Arms came up, but yes, we're not suggesting there will be a mace that gets carried into council chambers or anything like that. Certainly, it would. It's more about the operational impacts rather than anything ceremonial.
Okay, my time is up.
It's a security head then. Sorry, Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you very much. You know,
I'm so sorry. I totally forgot that Councillor Paquette haven't had for the first round. I am so sorry, Councillor Paquette. Please go ahead.
Oh, that's no problem. I rarely say anything, so I understand. So maybe we could carry a beaver in instead of a mace. But that wouldn't work well if you were wearing your official mayoral attire.
I can donate that.
All right. So to my questions. So I'm thinking a little bit about the service packages that aren't funded, and it is the cleaners and permanent positions for LRV cleaners. It looks like we need 10 FTE positions currently unfunded. This is in attachment 9, page 6. And so the package that is detailed in there, would this package bring these positions in scope?
So Counselor, those positions right now and for quite a while have been temporarily funded without any budget. So it would actually make them a permanent position within the branch if it were funded as a permanent FTE.
Okay, so we're already paying for it probably and it takes us into the negative? Is that what I'm understanding?
It's a negative variance unfunded budget pressure.
And just to be clear, these aren't a service package. Those are the budget pressures on attachment.
So it's not a service
9.
package, just describing the situation.
Yeah, that's part of the 40 million that Ms. Padbury was talking about that we mitigate throughout our year this year. So
Right, so we've got a negative variance. So I guess the question is that something that we want to continue with, or should we just fund that appropriately and above the line?
So I think that's a question for council. We flagged it as unfunded and it is an ongoing budget pressure. The work is ongoing, so there would be a business case for making those positions permanent.
Okay.
So I just want to be careful with the language of
I
unfunded.
would really like to have this like.
I think what this attachment is all the places where we see risk that we're trying to mitigate to prevent from going over budget. And so they're here because we think that there is an action that we can take to help do something, but it may mean we clean a little bit less. And so we monitor these things at the point in time that we decide that it is no longer feasible to manage them or we're starting to see a trend. That's when we bring the service package.
Okay, I see. So for now, we're managing it. This is where I'm unclear. It's a negative variance. So
it was a negative variance last year. And so we have budgets are estimates all the time. We do things we notice that something's over, so we take an action to manage somewhere else to be able to deliver all the things that we need to deliver. We don't typically adjust budgets if we see, until we see trends that would suggest that we need to adjust budgets. Or we also look at, do we have to provide this service this way in this amount? Or, because we reacted to some of this in COVID, and now we might be able to take service levels back to something different before we decide to make an impact. I think what we're trying to be mindful of is if you're looking to reduce services, increasing it here in order for us to come back and say, well, that's not the place that we would increase, is what I'm mindful of as we go through a next exercise.
So that's an interesting question. And do we have an answer for that? Do we place cleanliness as a priority? Are we over cleaning?
I think what we're saying here is that we obviously take cleanliness as a priority. We've been funding this for multiple years without budget for it. So we don't think that we should get rid of it. We think we should manage it within our budget to make sure that we're appropriately cleaning all of our vehicles. But in that sense, we're not at the point now where we're putting a service package forward to deal with this issue right now, because we think we can manage that through our current situation.
Okay, so the feeling is for now, we're doing okay. That may change, and when it does, you'll give us an alert.
Yeah, this is a flag for council in terms of these are the types of things that are in our budget. Those structural conversations that we were having earlier, these are one of those structural issues that we need to rectify at some point. These people have been here for multiple years, working in this temporary capacity, very similar to the temporary permanent conversation we've been having over the past year.
Right.
And this is one of those areas that we know we need to take care of at some point.
Right, so
But
we're not going to
now
see a reduction in cleanliness.
No, we will not.
Okay. Thank you, Constable Burkett. Now to Constable Stevenson.
Thank you very much. I really appreciated your commentary a few moments ago, Mr. Robar, around looking at our safety tools and what's the most effective. That was a big question that I had coming into this, feeling that we don't maybe have that clear picture in terms of choosing where we're going to invest. I think we have invested in transit safety. We want to invest more. Could you tell me a bit more about the work that's upcoming this summer?
Yeah, I think the big thing for us is we know this isn't going away tomorrow. We have right now a bit of a temporary process in place in terms of how we're dealing with, transit safety, the work that we're doing is very temporary. What we need to do is start to mire this in budget, in time, in space. And I think through the summer, what we want to do is retool that work in a way that it shows the permanency of the initiative, and start to build that into our regular day processes, and not just our just one offshoot of work happening temporarily, but how do we navigate that into a more permanent role and execution of the work. And then also look at what tools are working for us. So, is it more effective in the management of the security file, TPOs, how those things are distributed in that work file that we have, like the Councillor Hamilton had discussed earlier. We're spending a lot of money on a bunch of different places, but can we spend that better if we target one place or two places? So kind of going through and understanding our best use of that money in a distributed way to make sure that we're having the impact that's and if I missed anything.
Well, maybe I'll just jump in. I'm wondering too if that will include consideration of the range of tools that we've developed. So we have our COT teams, of course. We have other social outreach that we fund. We've done that work through Oracle. Are we bringing all of those to bear?
All of the above.
Great. That's very exciting to hear. Really look forward to that work coming forward. Maybe just briefly on the Sergeant at Arms question, I think this has been a helpful conversation for me to understand a bit more around how that developed. Was consideration given to repurposing an existing position? So recognizing that we do have CPOs that are in the area, what was the thinking around creating a new FT? Rather than sort of focusing someone's file, I guess.
Yeah, as you'll notice with our proactive enforcement package, we don't have extra community standard peace officers that, we are at a deficit, I would say, in terms of the responses that council and the public seem to have for our peace officer contingent.
Well, I think that I heard earlier that we do have some dedicated resources in the civic precinct area. I think I had heard you mention that.
Yeah, we do have as part of our deployment.
So recognizing that there are those dedicated resources already, I'm just not clear what we would be sort of subtracting from if we were to repurpose a position.
They wouldn't be out there on the street. They would be sitting in council here. So we'd be taking not just one body, but as you think about what how a 40-hour work week gets spread across a number of FTEs, it would have an impact on our responsiveness on frontline.
Okay, so again, that's envisioned as someone in council chambers all times that we're meeting.
Yeah, and we just have to work this out. So just another piece of context. Calgary has this role, Vancouver has this role, Toronto has this role. We wouldn't be reinventing the wheel. We would be leveraging some of those best practices.
Great. No, thank you very much. That's very helpful. I did have a few questions on attachment 6 that I believe would require us to go into private. I'm happy to wait until the end of rounds, or if there's a...
Let's go through the list that we have now, then we can go into in camera.
Great, thank you so much.
All right, Councillor Tang?
Yeah, great, thank you. Just a few more questions on the sort of bit of a process, because I think a lot of the unfunded package, for example, we've had committee discussions, we've had reports, and it wasn't so much of a surprise. There's a few that kind of emerged in the SOBA that was the first time, for example, that I was seeing it. Not that I disagree with it, but I'm curious about the process. And so just following on some of the questions about the Sergeant at Arms, we know that after the incident, there was a security analysis. I think we've heard some of the other measures, in private. Can you remind me, was there anything written shared with council, like a security report, and here are a number of recommendations?
Councillor, Corporate Security has done a confidential report doing a deep dive into some of those pieces. In the future, if council would like that, that is something that could be shared with council.
Right. I guess I think my challenge with this one is just it feels there's no context around it for me to say, okay, in addition to this, what else are we doing that will support this position for them, to do what they need to do? And I think I'm lacking that level of context, and that's why I'm a little bit caught off guard. I do recall this position brought up, but just, was anticipating something that we can maybe see and read and be brief ahead of time before this conversation. So I'll just leave that with you. So that was my issue with the bit of the process of this discussion today. And then the other line of questioning I had was with Glen Ridding. And I know there has been a lot of questions about it already. But can you just walk me through, like, how do we get here? Like, there wasn't any report about it. I know the Glen Ridding School was funded only recently. So was it that this popped up and it was a good opportunity and then we just have this submission during budget? Or, like, I haven't seen anything leading up to this point.
There was a memo sent in October 2023 advising council of this work, but maybe I can pass it over to Roger.
Yeah, Councillor, you're right. When the province announced the funding of the K-12 school at Glen Ridding, we had been in discussions with Alberta Infrastructure about future partnership opportunities. So when they announced the funding in the fall, we engaged with them and saw this as a good lower cost opportunity to build a facility, a recreation amenity as part of this partnership. But it moved quickly because once the school was funded, the Alberta Infrastructure was on their timeline to deliver the school project.
Right. And I'm wondering, did you do any analysis for the policy, the approach to community level recreation amenities? Like, did you look at it and say, from an equity approach citywide, this, like, here's a great opportunity we can kind of build on, but here's maybe some considerations in terms of equitable distribution of these amenities across the city, and also, if we add in things like vulnerability index, this is how it stacks up against other needs in the city, but we should take this opportunity now because we have it.
Yeah, we did. We looked at certainly our sort of in the approach to rec facility planning, we identify a 5-kilometer radius for rec facilities. You should be within 5 kilometers of your home. There's 84,000 people in this area. There's a couple 100,000 south of the Henday that there are no rec facilities other than the Dr. Ann Anderson Center. It is about 7 kilometers from Terwillegar. I think 5 or 6 kilometers from Dr. Ann. So geographically, there's a lot of people living in the area and have no access to facilities at this time. So we did look citywide, but thought this is a good opportunity to serve this part of the community. It is identified as a site for a future rec center. I thought in the in-between time, in the interim time, this was a good opportunity to provide some service.
Yeah, and I think there's Terwillegar and Anderson, but also this aligns with some of the population growth, like the fastest population growth in the city, right?
Yeah, very much. It's fast growing. And Terwillegar is at over 1 million visits a year, about 1.3 million. And it just doesn't have the capacity to absorb another 80,000 people and their recreation needs. We're bursting at the seams as it is.
Is that the highest among all rec?
Yeah.
Okay, interesting. And then I guess one question. So is it a similar size to Ann Anderson?
Yeah, very similar, different design. We're learning from some of the things where we've had some pain points, but additional full-size gymnasium, a fitness center, studios, and then there'll be a bit of a community wing that the school, Alberta Infrastructure will pay for, but we'll have access to those classrooms and multipurpose rooms in the evening as part of a separate locked-off wing of the school that we'll help manage.
And so is that why this amount is significantly higher than the Anderson contribution?
Potentially. It's also several years later, so I'm not sure the impact of square footage and escalation.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you so much. I just wanted to follow up on some of the questions around Sergeant at Arms, and I was, please advise if this is better asked in private. But to legal, I know you had mentioned the potential for liabilities associated with this decision. Is that something you can elaborate on now, or should we wait until we're in private?
I'd prefer to answer that in private.
Okay, then I will hold off. Instead, I will ask about the revenue options that were outlined in attachment 7. So I'm just needing some clarity. I know, Ms. Padbury, you said that the revenue options are not included at this time, which makes sense, but I'm also wondering if we did want to, I guess, how do we move forward on some of these revenue options? I'm just thinking, for example, if we wanted to prepare to index Edmonton Fire Rescue Services fees to inflation, or look at the enhanced ETS fare collection for special events. How do we ensure that we're able to move forward on those, or do you need direction on that?
So if you wanted us to move forward on any one of the items, you could make a motion to go ahead and implement the revenue option. We would bring back in future SOBAs, if we saw the revenue starting to materialize, we would start building it into the budget going forward. If there is a desire to do like the majority of these, you could basically make a motion to say, you know, as per attachment 7 without, you know, whichever
Right.
specific ones. Like there's a couple that we have recommended you don't move forward with because we would have to incur costs with no guarantee we'd see revenue. So it's up, if there's one or two, you can make individual motions to give us direction to proceed. And if you want most of them, then approve the attachment with exceptions.
Okay, that's really helpful. I'll think about that. Thank you. And that's all for now.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Cartmel.
Thank you. Yeah, that was one of my questions too, so that's great. A few questions about neighborhood renewal. My understanding is that's funded from pay-as-you-go, more or less, yes?
There is a dedicated tax levy for neighborhood renewal.
So how do we account for that? Is it in a reserve, or is it in a pool? Does it go through pay-as-you-go? How does that work?
So I'll explain, and then my team, if I get this wrong, will correct me. But so there's a portion of the base budget that has been earmarked by raising taxes in a dedicated manner in past years. That goes to the program. Unspent amounts go to the reserve so that they can be used in future years to finish up any sort of expenses. So an annual amount every year, use of the reserve in order to be able to make sure that that funding doesn't fall to the FSR. It instead goes to neighborhood renewal reserve.
So it goes to its own reserve effectively, what's not spent?
Correct.
And theoretically, we could do less neighborhood renewal over the next several years and take less tax revenue. Or we'd have to play with what dollars went into the reserve and came out and recraft a bit of a model.
Yeah, I think we've brought reports on that in the past, like what it looked like to decrease neighborhood renewal.
Well, we talked about it during COVID, about deferring some of the neighborhood renewal stuff and saving the money. So there was some mechanism there.
Sorry, it's Greg here. We did do an analysis of looking at 75 and 50% and what that would do in the mix of where we were at with commitments and over time what that could look like to slow down the program.
So we could bring that back. That's a similar analysis.
That could be brought back for current status if council so wished, yes.
So maybe while we're talking about that, can you tell me, if I feel like we've had this conversation, I'm sorry that I'm lost in the details. We've talked about scope and standards and construction standards and that kind of a thing. Is there something in the works that's coming back on that? Or that's in the works on that?
I would say that this takes us into more the policy conversation and meeting intent of where we're trying to go with things like complete streets and the baseline of what renewal is and what growth elements come with it in an incremental way.
We've had those conversations. Is there a motion in play or a report coming that you're?
There's no active motion in play or report coming right now.
So something that couples the two, something that, a slow roll or a pause or something like that while we review policy.
If council wanted to look at the amount of dollars for the neighborhood program and a potential reduction, we could do another analysis of that, and then we'd look at current commitments and what that looks like over time, if I'm getting what you're asking.
Yeah, if we're effectively just updating existing work, would that take very long to do? Like, is that something that could be done before the capital adjustment in June?
I would say no, we would need more time than that, but in the fall, we could look to explore that.
And that would speak to next year's stuff, if we did that.
Right.
Next year's
and remember, we're in motion with, agreements, contracts, all those things,
Right.
so stuff would take time anyway to phase down.
But to not interrupt anything that's in progress, but maybe talk about not starting a new one. We could have that, there's a space to have that conversation. I'm not quite sure I want to do that, but there is space to have that.
Yeah, and we've done that before and looked at those implications. We could do that again.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. Okay, I had that question, and then to Ms. Padbury, I don't know if we're coming to that later. We got amendments and things to go through, but have we thought about a smoothing exercise at all for the next 3 years when we talk about increases, tax levy increases?
There is a smoothing strategy at play for traffic safety and automated enforcement reserve. So we did smooth the original amounts. We haven't talked about smoothing 8.7, 7
that.
Yeah, we haven't done that. We could look at that. I would say like it will draw down, a smoothing strategy always relies on the FSR for implementation. So
Yes,
one of the
'cause it's
reasons
in
that
and
we
out,
didn't look
right?
at that is because we're sitting in a balance under the minimum balance.
So in FSR.
Yeah.
We could also, financial strategies could come into play there too, I suppose. I'll leave that with you. I'm out of time, but thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cardinal. Councillor Rice.
Thank you. I have same question, and maybe I can get some answer for that. So financial strategy could use that for that smooth strategy.
It's harder to use financial strategies to smooth because financial strategies addresses ongoing budget.
And if we have $35 million in the financial strategy in this budget, and then I know, and for the certain amount we use for the labor cost, but we still have some left in that financial strategy right now, right?
Everything in financial strategies is allocated to a specific risk in the budget. So you have to be willing to take a level of risk in making those decisions that could have significant financial implications in later years.
Yes, it is. And specifically, also I heard on the other hand, and then the recommendation from city administration is not allocated certain amount and in financial strategy, just a hold for that. So
Sorry,
how
that
that's
is
allocate?
Just the component, so we make that comment just to the component on the Op 12 savings. So.
Okay. Just for the Op 12.
That's
Op
correct.
12, right. Okay. And also, and then I have some number in front of me. It seems like across different reports is different here. Based on the reports presented at auditing committee and for the year end 2023, and we have shortfall from revenue over expenditures about $777 million. But that number, I did not see how that incorporated and in the attachment 1 here to reflect the tax revenue shortfall. So can you provide a little bit of information on that piece?
Yeah, so the financial statements are presented on a PSAS basis, so accounting standards. Now, we use accrual accounting regardless of budget or for public sector accounting standards. But when we set a budget, we're required to raise the money that we need to spend. And so in the financial statements, in the budget, we include things like reserve transfers, but we don't include things like amortization because we have to purchase the asset with cash at the time, cash or borrowing at the time that we build the asset. For financial statement purposes, we include amortization, we exclude debt principal repayments, and we exclude reserve transfers. And so slightly different basis of accounting because we always have to reconcile back to what cash flow do we need to actually operate the city. So that's the primarily difference. And the one other additional item is when you see a budget, you see only a tax-supported operations budget. When you see the financial statements, you see the budget for everything, utilities, the consolidation, the modified equity consolidation of EPCOR, and every single one of the boards and authorities that are accountable to us.
So if that is the case, and if 8.7% approved, so what is the percentage of tax revenue in this entire budget?
$2.1 billion.
I know that is a number, and the percentage, and because last year and for city's budget is 58% of tax, and that is in the revenues. This time,
you want to know what is the
and
portion?
A specific increase, yes.
So the increase in the tax revenue line is 8.7%. That's That's what underpins that 8.7%. That number is 8.7% higher than it was last year. As a percentage of total budget, I'll maybe just look to my team to help me out, or we'll just do the calculation quickly. So if you can just give us a minute.
Okay, yeah, because I want to do the comparison for the operating budget for this year's 3.6 billion compared to last year and 3.48 billion.
It's 58%.
58 is the same percentage compared to the last year.
Roughly.
Roughly is similar. Okay. So the last few seconds is about the question for the public information to communicate to Edmontonians. So this year I noticed we do not have that pie and demonstrate the percentage for the tax revenue and for the other type of revenue. So is there any specific reason we don't do that? I know my time is out.
Yeah,
Maybe I can come back later.
Come back, please. Yeah. Okay. Councilor Salvador? Thank you.
Yes.
I just want to kind of close the loop on the armored sergeant in arm. Didn't mean to create whole debate on this, but what I'm really struggling to understand, I understand the need, I understand the psychological impact and people feeling safe. What I'm struggling to understand that among the security officers that we have, among bylaw officers that we have, among corporate security officers we have, did we do analysis to say, okay, we can do less here because this has emerged as a new priority instead of bringing forward a service package? That's what I'm struggling with. I'm not struggling with the need. I'm struggling with why it cannot be absorbed among many areas where we actually provide. There are people who are responsible for providing security, and I know many of them, they're professionals, they're dedicated, they know what they're doing. Why that cannot be repurposed?
I'll start, and then if others want to jump in, that's great. The way that the emergency response plan is done right now, it's on the 23rd of January, that was actually the clerk. There's not a person that is appropriately dedicated to that role in the city of Edmonton, as Ms. Flaman has already sort of suggested, to pull, and Mr. Gunther as well, to pull another person into this role, it doesn't allow them to do the things that they are required to do in relation to this emergency response plan, nor do they have the appropriate information to be able to carry out the role in the way that is needed based on the learnings that we have from that incident.
Absolutely, I don't dispute that. What I'm struggling with is that if we have 100 people, can we not train one person out of 100 people, build their skill to do that? Or we look at reducing one position among those 100 people if we have to hire a new one. That kind of analysis is lacking. That's what I'm struggling with. It's not criticism. I think this actually speaks to some of the shortcoming of OP12 as well, where we don't get to kind of see the base budget and how it's built, where the expenditures are, and ability to look at that and say, okay, maybe this is less priority now. You know what I'm getting at, Eddie. I know you're new to this position, or maybe Stacy and all that, right? I'm struggling in that way.
So I understand what you're saying, but I think what we're pointing out here is there was an assessment, there was a recommendation, we're taking an action, and we're funding an action. And so we can take back, and we always do, like, could we do this by achieving something, like reducing somewhere else? But all along, you've been telling us transit safety is important. Bylaw enforcement's important.
Yeah.
This is why we have those other service packages. So I'm not sure it's appropriate here. That's why you see us make the recommendation to fund it. And we adjust base budgets by being transparent about what we're adjusting. And that's what we're doing here.
Absolutely, and I absolutely appreciate that. I appreciate that frankness as well, right? So okay, I get it. And I do have a subsequent motion that I'm going to bring forward to have that kind of discussion further into raising that kind of level of understanding among all of us, right? That we actually come to good understanding of those ongoing understanding the pressures and reallocation that has to happen, right? So I think I understand that, but I still that's where my struggle is, and it still remains to be. And so I'm going to move forward to other questions. Some misinformation out there, which I want to clarify. I'll start with: did this council buy EV buses? Did this council approve buying electric buses that no longer are fully operational?
The electric buses are still in operation.
Some are not, right? So there's a miscommunication out there. We are being blamed for a decision that we did not make. EV buses, electric buses that are not fully operational. Did this council approve that procurement?
Not all of this council.
This council is new council. Previous council was previous council.
Yeah, it's 60 buses too. We don't have. We
Yeah, 60 buses.
Yeah. So no, not the majority of this council did not.
Yeah. The current council did not approval buying 60 electric buses.
No.
I just want to clarify on the public record because people are totally confused.
I think the procurement of the electric buses was done previous to this council's mandate.
Thank you. Yeah. With that, I will move additional round.
Second?
Okay, please vote on an additional round, please.
I'm a yes. Councillor Stevenson is yes.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. We're just missing 2 votes. And Councillor Paquette, did it come through for you?
It probably did, and I wasn't even looking. I'm a yes.
Thank you. We have 13 votes.
Display the vote. That's carried. I'll return the chair.
Okay, I'll take the chair back. Thank you. Let's see the list. I know Councillor Paquette was on the list, but someone else was there as well. Here you go, Councillor Wright.
Thank you. So there was a recent audit done in regards to peace officers and that. And so there's some audit recommendations that are still outstanding, and that's in regards to performance management. And to the mayor's point, you know, about being able to find one person, perhaps if that performance management piece has been done or is being done, that's where we can maybe better define or find this extra person. When can we expect all those recommendations to be completed?
David, could I get you to respond, please?
Yeah, we're working with the auditor's office. I know we didn't cover this the last audit committee meeting, but we have mechanisms in place. We're doing quarterly updates as a branch on our enforcement practices. Some of the metrics, however, have been a little bit tricky to pull out of our records management system, et cetera, so it's taken a little bit longer than we had initially expected. So those are all getting.
Date for it to be completed?
I would have to go back to my team to have an exact date, but I'm
because I think in the audit report we received, there was one date I recall being March 31st and then another date being June 30th.
Yeah, and so there were different recommendations. The June 30th one is about amalgamating a number of different peace officer practice or policies altogether. But for the performance management that you're talking about, it's this month that we're expecting those to be solidified and as part of then our quarterly reporting.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And then I'm just moving back over to Glen Ridding. Ms. Graham, after we recessed for lunch, you were speaking about some capital that's required for Glen Ridding. Could you maybe let council
Yes,
know?
there will be 2 capital components that come, not to the building specifically, but there'll be roughly $5 million that's going to be required for an access road to get onto the Glen Ridding site that will be required to do, which will come forward in June as part of the fall SCBA. And then there will also be about $13 million to do the district park in and around Glen Ridding. So it's not like, it's not capital as it relates to the building, but certainly in the site development around it.
But in order for the kids to get to school or people to access the
road is
other,
required.
the road is required, okay.
I'll just add to the timing of that 13 million. I think we have planning and design budget, and we're preparing knowing that that was probably the likely school coming next, but we'll have to commit, maybe not in the fall, but for sure next year to that, because that's our obligation through our joint use agreement with schools when they go. So that 13 million might not be in the fall, but we have an emerging item for it, and now you have that emerging item right now.
So by
that was
us
the commitment.
entering into this agreement, that commits us to complete that district park within a certain period of time? That would commit us to the 13 million?
When the province announces a school, we have an obligation to do the landscaping around the school. That's a city commitment that's our part that we need to do for all schools. And this happens to be a district park, so there's more commitment with it.
Okay, so it's not just the 6.8 from pay-as-you-go, it's another 18 million
Yes.
coming down the pipe?
That's correct. Yeah.
Okay. And then with the pay-as-you-go, I mean, and I think, Ms. Padbury, you've helped us structure things so that we do have reserves and things to help us in emergency or in crisis, but we seem to have been in crisis, I think, since 2021. And even before that with the previous council with the pandemic. But I'm just wondering, so if there isn't sufficient money in the reserves, like to pay for this 6.8 million from pay-as-you-go, where do we draw that money from? Like, if we don't get the revenues coming in to fund the pay-as-you-go.
So just to clarify, pay-as-you-go isn't a reserve, it's part of your ongoing base budget. And what we're doing here is attributing some of the timing differences from projects starting later and the debt servicing component of that to pay-as-you-go to fund Glen Ridding.
Right.
If we didn't have that, we would need tax levy to fund that.
Okay, so even though this doesn't impact tax levy right now, if things change, we would have to access tax levy. And I'm also wondering then, does that reduce our ability to manage crisis? I'm thinking some critical initiatives that I know also I believe are done through pay-as-you-go, and that's like Enterprise Commons.
Yeah, those are all like Enterprise Commons. It's sort of an operating project, but it's a project, so we manage it through the capital side using pay-as-you-go funding.
Okay, and I recall the former city manager saying that if we don't do Enterprise Commons, our employees don't get paid. So that's quite critical.
It's a very large, wide-reaching technology project that impacts almost everything that we do, from inputting time to paying people to recording and creating financial statements.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Paquette.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just maybe too early to ask this question, and I do ask with like all due sensitivity. But a couple of years ago, council did allocate $5 million, I think at $500,000 a year, to the historic preservation of Hangar 11. What happens to those funds now?
Nothing right now, I think. I'm not sure Mr. Jiraki is online. But I honestly think we need some time to be able to assess.
I think our
what is the
legal
impact of the loss.
our legal folks are.
Yes, and Councillor, I think that we do have a little bit of information at this point, but I think it would need to be shared in private at this time.
Okay, all right. Thank you for that. The next question I have is just in the interest of the fact that there's not really a lot of money going around and we're prioritizing things. When it comes to certain demolitions that maybe the city is contemplating, like some housing demolitions and things like that, because there's more than one, are those things imminently required right now, or could those be some of those dollars be freed up for some things that pertain more to services?
I guess it depends on ultimately. It would mean that we wouldn't. we wouldn't take the action that we had been directed to take. So I think we need some sort of direction to stop that. I still think, I'm not sure that that helps with the long-term goals, and I'm not sure it
Not with
yields
long-term
enough.
goals, I'm just thinking, I know that there's going to be some motions coming forward from other councillors, and they're going to be trying to find some funding sources, and if some things aren't actually imminently required and can be pushed off for a cycle or so, it might be helpful in what is right now just a real pinch point that probably we won't be experiencing going forward, even 6 months from now.
Yeah, I would just say that demolition is likely one-time money.
Yeah, no, I understand that. So how would we move forward on understanding that? Because I know that if there are some properties that we're looking to demolish, but they're still usable right now, but we're saying, well, you know, in 2 or 3, 4 or 5 years from now, we might have an issue. Is it possible to wait until it actually becomes more of an imminent issue? And how would we explore that?
I don't think we would explore that as part of the spring budget.
No, probably not. Okay.
I think that is
take your
something
point.
that we would take away and
Okay.
look at whether we can move
So more of a
expenditures and timing
longer
around.
term, maybe a discussion we can have leading up into the fall. Is that sort of what you're?
I think that's fair.
Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Rice.
Thank you. In attachment 1, and specifically, we budgeted the changes, and for 2024 compared to the last year approved 2024 budget is $91 million. So I know, and from bookkeeping perspective, it's balanced, and from revenue and expenditures. Can you provide more information under this expenditure, why we need additional $91 million for the expenditure for 2024 compared to the last year? Original approved 2024 budget. So that is on page 1 in attachment 1.
So, so the $91 million at the top, that is broken down in each of the line items below. So that is what the breakout is.
It is not, and because breakdown and then come to the total is $41 million tax revenue shortfall. That is breakdown in the bill. So there is no breakdown.
Because that is just the component, the 41 million is the component that is just tax levy.
Yeah.
There are other things that are funded with other funding sources.
So where we can find that information for the breakdown, the $91 million, because that is a part of the total increase and for 2024 expenditures increase compared to original approved 2024.
So, sorry, just to go back to the table. So
Yeah.
the details of the 91 million are there. They're in the expense category. So if you went down and you looked at other adjustments for information, item 6, you would see Edmonton Police Services grant. There is an increase to revenue from a grant of $5.6 million or $5.9 million, and there is a corresponding increase in expenditure, but there is no impact to the tax levy. The 41 is the net column, and that's what we're saying is, of those increases, that much is being paid for or funded by taxes.
Yes.
But the expenditures are under the expenditure line.
Yes, 41 million dollars is on the top of 91. That is added to the total 3.635 billion. So I just want to get the information, and then if not right now, and I can touch base with offline for that piece. But I want to use my time, go back my previous question in terms of public communication. this year, and because I found that pie communication is really easy for public to understand and really good way to communicate publicly. Is there any specific reason that pie this time is not provided?
Councillor Weiss, we always do the pie after the budget is approved, when we're doing the approved documents that we put up onto the website after. The only time we ever provide the pie in advance is usually fall SOBA. This spring SOBA is very unusual in comparison to what the normal spring SOBA is. Normally, we're just doing a quick fine tunes and that's it. So it's,
sure.
This is different than normal.
Okay, different than normal, okay. Okay, thank you, because I asked that question on behalf of my constituents asked.
We will put it up after this budget is passed.
Okay, wonderful, thank you. And my last question is the impact of capital, because that impact of capital is part of the debt repayment that's reflected in the operating budget. And what would be the percentage of the debt repayment? And if 8.7% passed, tax increase passed?
We can look at what that number would be, Council Ray. So, like, on average, typically your debt servicing is around 10 to 11% of your total operating expenditures. It's probably in and around that ballpark.
By the end of December 31st, 2023, our city's debt is $4.1 billion. So what is the number right now and after Q1?
Right, and so I think you asked this question last time as well, and we said when we bring forward the capital budget, the capital updates.
So we don't have that number at this moment.
It comes with the capital report.
So if we don't have... Oh, sorry. Sorry. My time is out.
Sorry, Councillor. Councillor Cardwell.
I only had just a couple more quick ones. Pay-as-you-go is also funded somewhat from reserve returns, right? Returns on, effectively on earnings on reserve dollars. That goes to pay-as-you-go when it exceeds a certain level in the reserve, yeah?
To the extent that, so different reserves have different rules. Some are interest earnings, but effectively all the earnings on excess cash that we hold are attributed back, come back through investment earnings and go to fund pay-as-you-go.
Yeah, okay. So it's not just tax levy, there's earnings that indirectly go into pay-as-you-go as well.
That's correct.
Investment earnings, yeah. And maybe Mr. Wobham, province doesn't usually consult us on which school site is next available for school construction, do they?
I'm going to try and be careful with that answer. They change their priorities. They try to let us know. We try to keep an eye on it, but priorities do adjust, and it puts us in a reactionary mode for our obligations.
When they say the school's going here, we better get the pipes to the school.
Especially when they have a timeline, we need to try and meet that timeline. And for clarification, the $5 million we talked about, the road, that's a pretty early thing they need to construct. We need to make sure it's there for them. That's part of our obligation.
They're not putting foundations in without at least some road allowance and allocation of what the road allowance even is on a map, right?
Right. Yeah. And right now, all future schools, that's an obligation we as a city need to do to meet that, to ensure that we're doing our part on that.
I'm trying to remember how many schools have construction dollars coming to. I think it was 4 in the latest in Alberta 2024 budget. Yeah.
I don't remember exactly. That's the right range.
Yeah. My question is, how many of those do we have sites that are set and ready to go, and how many of those are on sites that we've got the same problem to some degree? Maybe not as big as on a district park with a high school, but a school site that needs pipes, wires, conduits, cables, and roads.
Right. Yeah, I think those are probably a little bit less burdensome, but we'd have to look and analyze for sure. But our obligations for the soft landscaping elements are still there.
But they don't ask, they tell. My words.
They let us know their priorities, and we try to meet them on that. My words.
Thank you.
Yes.
All right. Thank you, Councillor Carmel. Councillor Jans. Councillor Jans?
Thank you. Can you hear me? Quick question to the city economist. What is growth plus inflation as a percentage in this budget?
So in terms of growth plus
in terms of inflation plus population growth, this one is a little bit tricky just because we don't have all the components that would solidify our estimates of municipal price index inflation. But for the time being, we have an interim preliminary figure of 1.8% for 2023, and coupled with our population growth forecast of 4.8% for 2023, that brings it at 6.6%.
And sorry, I feel the need to jump in here too, because I just want to be mindful that when Felicia gives you growth plus inflation, she's talking about municipal price index and percentage increase in population growth. When we set budgets, we of course think about those things, but MPI, when there is no salary settlements, is a lower number than we tend to experience in future years, because you almost have to go back and adjust MPI. I think I got that right, Felicia?
Absolutely. So with the municipal price index, what we are doing with the estimates are trying to incorporate price changes when price changes come into effect. So if there's a wage increase that's been implemented retroactively, we would apply it to retroactive years as opposed to the year in which it impacts expenditures.
And I don't set budgets retroactively, so that's why I just felt it was important to jump in and share that. And we also look at consumer price index, not from the point of setting the budget, but from the point of understanding how an Edmontonian experiences inflation.
Of course, that's helpful. Thank you. When are we getting a report on revenue options for transit? I recall there was a number of options about parking fines, dedicated fees, parking lot surcharges. When are those items coming?
I think those are scheduled to come back in mid-October.
Okay. I understand that the Edmonton Police Service was given 50 new officers by the province of Alberta. I also understand that, well, I don't see the funding for those officers reflected in this budget. Am I mistaken?
They're adjusted in the fall.
And what is the cost per officer that provided? Because what I'm worried about is that, we recently received some information about the salaries of some officers. We know that there's the fully loaded costs of the officers. We know we've been advocating for the equipment, etc. What I'm worried about is that with the funding actually received, we didn't receive funding for 50 officers. We received money for maybe 37 officers.
I think it would probably be best to get the cost per officer from EPS, because that number gets updated on a regular basis. I think the information that we would have might be a little bit dated.
Yeah, me too.
We can try and...
I can ask about that tomorrow with the next item. Maybe a different way. A different question here is that recently at the Police Commission, they said it would, I believe it would take a number of years to staff up appropriately to the level of officers. So I imagine they would be in a surplus position in the interim. And I'm wondering, because of the funding formula, they're still getting guaranteed increases from City Hall. Is there provision of could we hold back or earmark, or is there some other way to, since they aren't going to be spending that money, can we hold back that money and put it into other community safety initiatives such as the downtown night patrol or transit peace officers or other supports to still keep Edmontonians safe but demonstrate better fiscal accountability?
Yeah, so, and I'm just going off memory because I'm having trouble pulling up the previous correspondence that I had. I just can't find it fast enough. But if memory serves me, so it's 50 officers. I can't remember the exact dollar amount. I thought it was closer to $9 million. But there are different grant agreements written. And so EPS did have a grant come in before the officers, and they are allowed to use that grant to pay for the ancillary costs of those officers, including everything that an officer needs to be deployed properly. So I'm not sure that it's actually going to create a surplus.
But it's woefully insufficient. So, okay, I'll hold off. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jens. Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, just one more quick question, then if I can move amendment.
Of course, we can start
Okay.
moving amendments.
So
Yes.
you said FEMCO is here as a part
I
of the.
believe I saw Jennifer Forsyth online.
Aaron Dalgleish is here.
Okay, so I just wanted to get some of your assessments because anytime, one of the things as a council we've been really mindful of is access to our important amenities, especially River Valley amenities, and cost of living and affordability. And so, I just wanted to get some sense on how much FEMCO predicts this will increase their revenue and how many people will likely not come to the park as a result of this fee increase and what assessments have been done there.
There's no question there could be an impact on volume, but we are fully embracing a number of programs that make the park accessible for those with limited means. There's a few. We're also participating in the leisure access pass, so we don't plan on making any changes for that.
I think what I'm talking about though is broader than that, because even if we listen to our corporate economist today, she talked about all those pressures and that one of the things that's an outcome of that is that households have less discretionary, that they tend to hold back on discretionary spending. Is that fair to what you stated?
Yes,
Yeah.
that's what you would expect.
And so what I'm worried about is if you increase the fees of FEMCO for the Fort Edmonton Park, anticipating the same number of people attending, will it have an inverse negative effect on your actual bottom line?
So the answer is a little nuanced because there's a number of growth initiatives to provide access and loyalty programs and different things we're doing to drive volume up in the park to actually make it more accessible over the course of the year. So on a net basis, I don't expect to see a decline. To your earlier point though, yes, it's more expensive. And this does mean, like pretty much anything else discretionary, that there's going to be a slight increase in cost. So we're trying to mitigate it as best we can. We don't want to pass more of this on to the customer than necessary, but it has been almost 10 years since an adjustment.
Okay, that's good context to know. And then I do know that a city auditor report around FEMCO recently came to audit committee. And one of the things it talked about was that in our agreements, there were discrepancies or a lack of clarity around who's responsible for what. And I just wanted to know the status of that work in the context of raising fees.
Maybe I'll ask the branch to speak to that. As it relates to raising fees, of course, the only reference in that audit finding would be that is the duty of council to approve. And then we
I know it is, but what I'm saying is that if if it's muddy, who's responsible for maintaining what within the park, and we increase fees for FEMCO's bottom line, but we also tighten up our clarity and the city's responsible for more maintenance of the park, there's a double hit to Edmontonians paying more and then getting a tax levy likely increase. That's what I'm trying to get to.
Yeah, I certainly see your point. The 2024 has to be the year that we clarify relationship with the city and the integrated services that are provided. We're going through that work right now with the branch and making progress. We've just finished reviewing all of the current states of the service levels that are provided. And there are gaps. It won't be surprising to hear if this hasn't been addressed in 10 years, there are gaps. Yeah. So our goal is to identify those so that they don't get passed on to the guest, or that we don't have a gap in the storytelling at the park.
Okay, I'm just gonna flip to Mr. Jevney quickly on your thoughts on this proposed fee changes to the Fort Edmonton Park and any discussion related to my line of questioning just now.
Yeah, I think two things, Councillor. One, the service level agreements are getting completed and in place and signed off, so that work is near complete.
Will there be any anticipated extra maintenance costs on the city?
No, we've clarified sort of the current state, and then we still need to work on the future state and what that future operating model may look like. And FEMCO did come forward in the overall 23 to 26 budget, looking for operating impacts of capital for the new assets, Indigenous Peoples Experience and the Midway,
And we
the
funded
new
that.
financial way, and they weren't, no, it wasn't fully supported. So that's part of why the fee
Okay.
increase is coming forward, is that they didn't get the tax levy funding. So they need to fund the operations either from the revenues or from tax levy.
Okay, thank you. That
Right,
helps.
thank you. So I think what I suggest we do is that, because there are questions to administration that we need to go in camera to ask, so we can conclude those questions first. When we come back in public, then we can start making amendments. Okay? Is
Sure.
that, Councillor Wright, you have questions or you have amendments?
I have amendments,
Okay,
but
then
I was going to then
wait
move
off.
to go into private.
And Councillor Principe?
Yes, I do have one more question.
Go ahead,
and I
then.
just couldn't click on. I'm going to go back to the Sergeant at Arms, and just about the plan. Just wondering the plan that's in place, if it's intended to stay in place, how everything is being handled right now, or is there going to be a restructuring with, the information that you have now? Are you considering restructuring besides the Sergeant at Arms?
Yes and no, I think, is the answer. The Sergeant at Arms piece is one portion of the piece. There are recommendations of things that have already been implemented, some that you see in council chambers, others that are not perceptible that have been implemented. And so in terms of the staffing piece, the Sergeant at Arms position, it captures a component of the security portion, a component of the emergency response portion, a component of the occupational health and safety component, which are all necessary and wrapped up into one position. There are other factors, but in terms of what will be changing, most of what has been implemented is already in place. There will be some other things, but this is a key portion of that, if you will.
Okay, thank you. That's it for me.
Councillor Cardinal?
I was only on to discuss the other items that we might talk about in private. If we want to bring a couple items forward and do it all at once.
So there'll be 9.1 as well as 9.8, right?
That's what I have.
Are we ready on 9.8 as well?
Yeah, so it's my understanding that there's some questions potentially related to 7.1 as well as 9.1 and 9.8, so we might as well go in private all at one time.
Okay,
if that's
cool.
helpful.
Let's do
Thank
that.
you.
Okay. Can someone move? Councillor Cardinal, you want to do that? Want to move?
So moved.
Second.
The applicable clauses.
You got moved to bring it forward.
It's 24, 25, 27.
No, but we need to bring those forward first, or?
Yep.
Okay, bringing those two items forward?
Yep.
Okay, bringing those items forward first. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay, now can someone move that we go in camera?
So moved.
Second?
And those sections. Okay.
Yeah,
Please.
24, 25, 27.
Thank you. Please vote.
We have 13 votes.
Display the votes, please. All right, that is carried. Okay, great.
Council, we are live from council chambers.
We're live from council chambers. We're back to discussing our first item of the business, which was 7.1. Okay, amendments.
Sorry, point of order. Should we move the recommendations
we gotta do
in
that.
9.1 and 9.8 to at least
Want to
get
do
them?
that now, Nancy?
We can do that now, yes.
Okay, let's do that.
Okay, we can do tomorrow. I don't.
Okay. Yeah, we can do that tomorrow. It's so flexible. Okay. 7.1. We have half an hour to finish the budget. Okay. Who wants to start with motions? Amendments, sorry.
I can't get on the list either.
Who wants to? Okay, Councillor Wright.
No. I would like to move that the Community Standards and Neighborhood Branch operating expenditure budget be decreased by $108,000 in 2024 and $46,000 in 2025 by unfunding the Sergeant-at-Arms City Hall service package as outlined in Attachment 2 of the April 23rd, 2024 Financial and Corporate Services Report FCS 02361 with funding released to the OP12 reallocations held within financial strategies. And just to speak briefly to it, I do.
You need a seconder.
Oh, I do.
Second.
Councillor Rutherford. Okay. Just before you do that, I just want to get a sense from clerk. So we will deal amendments as they come, one by one, right? I think might be the cleanest way to do it.
It's going to be the fastest, yes.
Yeah, okay, good. Okay, now please make the introduction.
Okay, I do realize it is a small amount in comparison to the total budget, but I just don't feel that there's sufficient detail presented as to what the position, what the outcomes of the position are supposed to be. And I think I'd like to get that a little more fleshed out before approving any additional funding. Thank you.
Okay, any questions on this amendment? Councillor Rutherford, Councillor Cartmel, Councillor Stevenson on this one? Okay, let's vote. Okay, please vote. We want to speak to it? Okay, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay, Councillor Cartmel.
Thank you. I will move that the Community Recreation and Culture Branch operating expenditure budget be increased on an ongoing basis starting in 2024 by $2 million to fund the Event Attraction Program Service Package as outlined in Attachment 2 of the April 23, 2024 Financial and Corporate Services Report FCS 02361 with funding from the tax levy.
Thank you. We need a seconder.
Second.
Councillor Knack. Make the introduction, please, Councillor Cartmel.
Thank you. I think we've had a lot of discussion about this. I would note that we had a long conversation about event attraction and about the strategy that Explore Edmonton is going to put into play. And I think we've heard that there's quite a number of events that we've already committed to, either by suggesting to funding partners, other levels of government, that we will find the dollars and participate in events that they're already promoting and chasing and looking to get and are counting on our contribution, or events that we've had an ongoing commitment to and that we know that are going to come. I will note that, as has been previously reported, should this package be approved, then total dollars allocated to the event attraction piece over the next 3 years would total just under 7.5 million, but that would have an estimated direct economic impact on the city of Edmonton writ large of $300 million or more. So there's a distinct payback to this funding. It does not come back to our bottom line, but it activates our community in so many ways. And if we backtrack from our commitments in so many of these events and so many of these markets, it's going to be a very long time before we recover our position and we're able to attract these events back to our city once we've lost our status. So very strongly encourage us to approve this funding and continue to keep our place on the global stage when it comes to attracting events and activating our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions on this? Councillor Rutherford, Councillor Stevenson, then Councillor Wright, then Councillor Tang. So just hold on before we do that. I wasn't. If we have to approve the budget today, we need to extend the order, right? So please be prepared to stay beyond 9 o'clock. Okay. Councillor Rutherford.
Yes, so just a question to administration. Of that 200 million, it wasn't clear to me what amount has already kind of been committed and creates those risks, and what is that the totality of it? Or is there any, like, what are your sense of the risks if we don't fund this? I mean, you had it unfunded, so you didn't have it as a funded package. I feel like if there was risks, you would have brought it forward as funded.
I'd maybe like to, Ms. Fleming.
Yeah, is Roger available to respond?
Yeah, Councillor, there's currently 500,000 funded in our budget annually. The extra 2 million is what brings in the $300 million in economic impact that Councillor Carmel referenced. So without that, those are events that we wouldn't be able to continue to pursue or secure to bring to the city. So that's the risk, is that those additional events would not come.
Okay, but when I read the service package on this one, even though it was an unfunded service package, it wasn't clear to me if we've already like if we already have obligations for events like that need this funding. Like, for example, I don't want to say some of the events that are coming in the fall, hypothetically, to Edmonton. Is that what this 2 million covers? Like, we have a motion on the floor. A, can I amend the amount? What would 100 million look like versus 2 million, or 1 million versus 2 million? Or B, if I say yes or no, what are the, like, I'm just trying to understand, is it just potential revenue, lost revenue as economic impact?
It's the economic impact, it's the social benefits, it's the reputational benefits. Some examples.
The reputational one is the one I want to dig into a bit more. Like, when you say that, like, what do you mean? Because, like, if we're not, what reputational risks are we talking about if we haven't already started conversations on some of these commitments?
So some events have gone forward, assuming that the city would be able to fund them, so there'd be reputational risks there. I think our reputation is
the key that I wanted to get to, because this is one thing that flagged for me, because it seems like I don't like being put in this position, quite frankly, as a city councillor, where I'm like, well, now I feel like I have to support this because we've already pre-committed, but I feel like this should have come to council for a decision prior to those commitments being made on that assumption. So this is what I'm struggling with.
They weren't made by administration, but the groups have to bid on things in future years. The province has put 14 million up for events from Hockey Canada over the next 3 years. That would include a World Juniors, a number of other events that, again, we would lose that opportunity. They would go somewhere else within the province. There's opportunity for a Grey Cup in 2026. So those would be the kind of events that we wouldn't be able to pursue. In addition, we've got a major women's professional sporting event in 2026. So those will all be things that would have to come off the roster. They're not committed, but they're opportunities for the city to secure.
But, okay, but I'm just gonna go back to my original question. Of that 2 million, so like, okay, those ones, if we didn't pursue those commitments, that's a decision council can make, whether we want the capital return on investment or not. Of this $2 million number, what are things that we have reputational risk on? What is the dollar amount for reputational risk? What we committed to? That is the number I want. Is it 2 million, or is it 1 million, or is it 800,000? What is that number?
The 2 million, I guess it's not, I can't really quantify your question, I don't believe. The 2 million would allow us to pursue those events. 1 million would allow us, we'd have to make decisions about which events we wouldn't pursue. And if it wasn't funded at all, then we would pursue none of those events. So the reputational risk is the lack of awareness of Edmonton, the opportunity to travel to Edmonton, our international profile as an event host. Those are the things that we would lose, that exposure from hosting those events,
Okay, but
the television exposure.
Explore Edmonton, pardon? You can ask. Explore Edmonton, like, just put out a tourism week thing saying that Alberta is projecting Edmonton to have the 61% of tourism growth. We're gonna see, you know, a huge amount of visitors without this like, what, like, I'm confused because I'm getting two very different messages. Like, we're on the upswing, and without these investments, we're gonna lose things.
Yeah, the hosting of events is an important part of the tourism strategy, and Explore could go into more detail on that.
Okay, okay, I'm out of time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Wright.
Thank you. So, we don't have any commitments that at this time that require the $2 million. But I'm just wondering, isn't Explore Edmonton, isn't this under their mandate to?
Yeah, there's two portions that we had a report at committee recently to try and explain the difference. They get funding through destination hotels to fund certain events. They leverage our funding, that funding, to get the provincial funding, the part of the 14 million that the provinces put up for some events over the next 2 years. So the funding we provide, the city provides to Explore Edmonton, and tax levy goes to their operations, not to event attraction. So this would leverage the hotel dollars and the provincial funding to go forward.
Okay, and if the provincial government's already committed, I think you said 14 million for some?
That's right, with Two Hockey Canada bring a certain number of their properties to Alberta.
Can't they just kick in the extra 2 million that they need? Like, but I know this isn't just, the 2 million isn't just for that one hockey.
Yeah, well, the events will likely go somewhere in Alberta that will put up some of the sponsorship funding as well.
Okay, and this is 2 million, it says, on a multi-year basis ending in 2026. So we're 2 million for each of 24, 25, 26, correct?
I think this says ongoing, so it's permanent adjustment to the base.
Oh, sorry, where does it say ongoing? Okay. Okay, because it says multi-year. Oh.
So the motion I see on the screen says on an ongoing basis starting in 2024.
Okay, I guess to the mover then, you're adjusting from what the original unfunded service package is?
No, I'm moving the motion that administration wrote for me based on the conversations we had at committee several times and the extended conversation we had at Explore about 10 days ago.
Okay. I'm just noting the difference from what I'm, okay, yeah, and I don't know if I really got any sense of, from Explore Edmonton as far as, I guess, confidence in moving this along. Okay, that's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. I was just looking for clarification on that as well in terms of maybe could administration speak to why it is multi-year in the unfunded package but came forward as ongoing?
I think that's a question for the mover.
Okay. Was that an intentional change that the mover did, and what was the rationale if that was intentional, or do you have any concern with it being multi-year instead of ongoing?
It was not my change. The change given to me by administration.
Okay.
So maybe I can just jump in and clarify.
Maybe I can say what I was told by administration. And what they told me was that we have a fund of money. We've always had a pool of money that speaks to making commitments to events many years out. You don't know if you're going to get the event or not, but if you do get the event, you have to have the money there. So we can't get to the end of 2026, say, and hope that we're going to get the event in 2027 unless we're talking about it in 2025. And it carries on that way. So discrete funding for just a couple of years is not what this program is about. And it might not be the same events year over year. Some will, some won't. But it's an event attraction. It brings people to the city. And there's a moving needle on that.
Thank you. Did you want to add something, Ms. Padbury?
I would just say, like, when we wrote the service package, we were looking at the cycle. And so if the service package isn't the intention, and what I hear from the intention from the counselor is to not keep relitigating $2 million in it every time we come forward in budget, but to adjust the base, that's what the difference is.
Okay. What is the tax levy impact of this proposed change?
Just give me 1 second. It takes you to 8.9%.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you. Councillor Tang.
I think earlier you said, I mean, I recognize it's very late, but there's delegation from Explorer here? Or I'm just wondering if they're still here.
Mike Dowler, are you still on the line?
Okay, I mean, that's fine. I mean, I had a sort of a similar thought. You know, when we fulfill the funding for Explore out of the FSR, you know, I also, so I just want to make sure that, to confirm, again, that this is not duplicating any of the efforts there, because my understanding was part of their funding had to do with destination marketing, event attraction, contingent on some partner funding. I guess, Roger, just want to confirm that this is not duplicating.
No, the funds that Explore uses for event attraction come from the destination hotels. They have a multi-year agreement with them to provide funding to go after events. So there's no tax levy that goes to Explore and then flows through to event attraction. Other than their staff who work on it, they're funded through the tax levy.
Mm-hmm. And I guess just to Councillor Rutherford's question earlier, I just want to get some clarity. Suppose 2 million is what you're recommending. What can you do with 1 million? Let's say.
Well, we would go back and take a look at which events would be our criteria. We do score them. We would look at the likelihood of securing them and then make decisions about which events that we would not pursue and which ones that we would be able to go after. And the multi-year funding does help. I mean, there is a list of events for 2027 and 2028 that we would be bidding on now. So that knowing that those funds are there allows us to go forward into the future and not just be looking in the very short term at what events may be available.
You mean ongoing funding?
That's right.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Rice.
So I heard the introduction about for this 2 million ongoing investment, but it will bring back to our city over $300 million for the economic impact. So can you tell me a little bit more detail how we get the benefit and from revenue perspective and for the city and also to offset some like tax increase in the future and with this $300 million, over $300 million return, and for this 2 million. And so by look at this ratio, the return and then the return is huge. But I just want to get more sense about the benefits our city get it, and for this 2 million return investment.
I would say the economic impact is felt in the community, in business and industry, not directly back to the city's revenue streams.
That's all. And then for the community and business, and then when they have the positive impact on them, they will bring more tax back. Is that connection there?
Yeah, it's not a direct correlation, I would say, but I mean, the more successful they are, obviously, the better, more vibrant our economy is, the better it is for everyone.
But it doesn't necessarily equate to additional property tax or non-residential taxes levied. It's an indirect benefit. It's good. That kind of economic impact is good for the wider community. It's good for the businesses. But if you're looking for the return by a reduction in the tax levy, you're probably not going to see it. You're doing it for if you do this, you're doing it for the economic benefit.
Yes, is not directly impact. Benefits is indirect and economic benefit. But we already know that connection between economic benefits to our city's financial condition benefits. And then maybe it's not quantified at this moment, right?
I think the impact is to business. It's to citizens of Edmonton. It's not going to help us with the tax rate.
But for the long term, and then is going for that.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, from a reputational perspective of being able to host
and
major
create
events,
jobs and create jobs, and then and then to support our city's economy and for certain like GDP and inflation and all these tons of benefits.
Yeah.
Okay. Then my last question, like 2% or 2 million will bring an 8.7 to 8.9. How about $6 million? And then if this $6 million, what could bring to the tax increase? Or yeah. So because right now the 2 million, I know we heard is like 0.2% increase.
So it's closer to 0.1. It just so happens with the rounding, you move from a rounded down 8.7 to a rounded up 8.9. But if you put it in the base, then what happens is you experience that tax increase once, and then it's in the base. We don't add it to the base every year after that. It's in the base. You experience the tax increase once.
That's his answer I want to know. Thank you.
Thank you. No, I believe in these kind of investments because they do bring a lot of community benefits. What I'm really struggling with is that why, like, maybe this question is to Roger and to Explore. I know Explore is not on the line. Like, should not we look seeking more partnership with business community and other stakeholders who directly benefit from such investments, right? I know hotels pay a levy to explore Edmonton, but are there creative opportunities? Maybe putting a surcharge on a ticket that comes to municipality to pay off the cost of $2 million or some form.
I think there's opportunities, Mr. Mayor. We've certainly tried to engage the business community more in increasing their sponsorship for events. You know, it's been an ongoing effort to increase that investment into events, and particularly in businesses that maybe don't benefit directly, but see the benefit to our city.
But are there ways to make the tax levy impact cost neutral, right? By finding different ways of revenue, so these kind of events can be attracted, can continue to be attracted to the city. Have we looked beyond, like, have we looked at more innovative, creative ways of finding sources to fund these kind of investments on a long-term, consistent basis instead of funding it through the tax levy?
Yeah, I guess, you know, the only one that we have is through the destination hotels with Explore, and that significant investment that they make because they see the return on their businesses. But you know, beyond that, we haven't looked at specific ticket surcharges or levies or other mechanisms.
Where do you look at, like, if we don't make a decision on this today, we defer this decision to fall discussion, right? And then in the meantime, you go talk to business leaders, you talk to business association, go talk to DRC, go talk to Downtown Business Association, Chamber of Commerce, and other stakeholders. Say, look, these events are important for economic growth, for reputation. They benefit the business community. They create jobs. How can we find innovative, creative ways of funding these projects that are not on tax levy, that are not on property tax levy? because property taxes are not directly benefit. Province and feds get benefit because they get income tax revenue, corporate tax revenue. So what I'm trying to understand, are there opportunities to engage further with the business community to self-fund these kind of investments?
Yeah, there may be. I mean, certainly other jurisdictions have a mandatory hotel tax, but that would essentially just replace the voluntary one that we have with the destination hotels. I don't. We could explore it. It would mean, that time frame we wouldn't be pursuing any of the events as we look to find alternate means. But
I understand we haven't funded this for a while as well, right? So we probably have lost opportunities to recognize the financial situation that we are in. So I won't be able to support this, but if this fails, I probably make a subsequent directing administration to have engagement with business community to find creative ways of funding these kind of programs or initiatives, recognizing how much other risks that we have that administration has identified, and they did not bring this forward to be funded. So, okay, with that, 10 minutes. Councillor Cartmel.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah.
Would it be wise to postpone this until tomorrow when Explore can be here to answer questions?
Yeah, we can do that. Yeah, of course. We can do that. Let me ask from administration. I understand we are okay to pass budget tomorrow, not today? Okay.
Yes, you're correct.
Stacy's looking very apprehensive.
Yeah, it's just
hold on.
It would be a shame to see this fail because people, because we don't have a common understanding of why this might be a benefit.
Got it. Stacy?
Yeah, I think we're okay for tomorrow, but we'd prefer to finish earlier rather than later to give the tax team time to get the bylaws done.
And the police thing is first.
We have first thing on the police. Well, let's carry on with it then. But we can defer this to tomorrow, but carry on with the rest of the amendments. So we don't stop at 9 o'clock. We carry on with the rest of the amendments. Only amendment we will deal with tomorrow is this one. Okay? Cool. Okay. What is the process to refer?
Wait, point of order.
Yeah.
Is there any way to get, clerk to get a hold of
Somebody from Explore?
For this conversation tonight? I mean,
let me see if I
Tim,
can get.
don't you have Tracy on speed dial? I don't know.
I'm trying to get somebody from Explore to dial in because with the greatest of respect, every one of these questions have been asked and answered several times.
Okay.
And we were all ready to pass this at the Explore AGM. So I'm really, really, really surprised. But I'm trying to get somebody from Explore to dial in right now.
Okay. We'll put this on hold. What is the process, Nancy?
We can just postpone this item to later.
Can someone postpone this item to later, please?
Not the item, just this motion.
This motion, sorry.
Yes.
Councillor Neck?
I move that we postpone this item till the end.
Second.
Amendment.
Amendment, sorry.
Okay, please vote.
Yeah, that'll do.
We need a motion to extend the order, right?
Yes, you do, and you have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. Okay, that is carried. Can we extend the order, please?
Yes, we do a motion to extend orders to complete this item, which would be all of 7.1, if I'm hearing you correctly.
Yes,
So moved.
If Explore will be back. If not, then we'll deal with that time. Okay. Okay, please extend the order to finish this item.
So moved.
Second by Councillor Wright, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay, Now, who was next on the list for amendments? Councillor Stevenson, you had an amendment?
Sure, I'd be happy to move. That the Parks and Road Service Branch operating expenditure budget be increased on a one-time basis by 1.56 million in 2024 to fund the Center City Optimization Service Package as outlined in Attachment 10 of the April 23rd, 2024 Financial and Corporate Services Report, FCS 02361, with funding from the OP12 reallocations held in financial strategies.
Second.
Please.
Thank you very much. We had a really great conversation about this at Executive Committee last week. The Center City Optimization Project has had enormous benefit in the core of our community. We've seen a transformation of numerous park spaces, boulevard trees, and just really enhanced the day-to-day cleanliness of the downtown. It's been really central in the supporting downtown revitalization and the wealth of business and residential activities that happen in this area. You know, I think one of the greatest strengths of the program is the proactive reporting, where we have staff who are doing the vast majority of flagging issues that need to be fixed, and the crews coming in to fix those. That the outcome is a really positive one, but the process also removes a lot of the reporting burden from these communities. I'll leave it there for now. Happy to take questions.
Questions, colleagues? Councillor Wright, questions on this?
Yes, I do.
Just hold on. Councillor Cartmel, questions on this?
No.
Okay. Councillor Wright, go ahead, please.
I just wanted to clarify, Craig, I think you had said at committee that the funding that was going to be stretched out until October that we've already got for this. Is that correct?
Yeah, at committee, what we described was we'll take the 6 month worth of funding and stretch that until the end of October. At committee there was a robust discussion on that, and one of the options was to bring an unfunded service package to Spring SOBA, which was the service package.
Which is this.
Which is this.
Okay.
So that was an option. So if this were to pass, then that changes that approach of stretching the 6 months worth of dollars.
And if we waited until the fall, SOBA?
There's also two other options of service packages for the fall SOBA. The nuance there is any funding decision of the fall SOBA would be operationalized probably in January of 2025. So the main impact there is things like snow clearing and pathways and stuff like that from the end of October through till January. So this is absolutely an option that we can move forward with.
Okay, but yeah, you've done like sort of the majority of the major pruning and all that of shrubbery and trees and that in the area. This is more just, is it just hosing down the sidewalks and?
No, this includes a host of things. So it's kind of like in three buckets. There's proactive inspections and reporting, routing of work. There's also park revitalization. We have a host of park internals, smaller parks in the Center City core that would be scheduled for this year, and biohazard cleanups and things like that as well. So it covers a range of services, and with stretching the dollars, that park revitalization work is one of the things that would not be done in order to stretch the remaining of the services through until end of October.
But we would still be able to stretch the money to handle the biohazards and the needles and.
That's right. Yeah.
Okay, and what responsibilities do the businesses have in front of their businesses? Like I know for snow removal for residents, they have to clear their walks.
Same thing in the summer. The sidewalk adjacent to the private property would be the responsibility of the private business. So the main thing that comes up time again is like sweeping of gravel and rocks and things like that. And if there is like a biohazard cleanup in the private property the sidewalk adjacent to their private property, that would be the responsible of the business owner. Now, what this does though is this does allow for some of that spot cleaning, and for the city to take the liberty of proactively finding, inspecting, and doing spot cleaning. This isn't cleaning all sidewalks across the center city, but this would be, those one-offs as needed.
Okay, thank you. Still don't know if I've decided.
Thank you. So we do provide, oh, sorry, Councillor Rutherford, you have questions on this?
I do.
Go ahead, please.
Sorry, I just wanted to ask to the mover, why is this one time?
Yeah, I really appreciate the question. So the one time is to cover off the rest of this year, just to avoid any decreases in the current service standards. And at the committee meetings as well, we talked about in future years looking at a different model where we take some of the funding that we've invested in this enhanced cleaning, but roll it out in a different way in partnership with BIAs. From what we've heard from the BIAs, and we've asked administration to do further work on the feasibility of this, they could potentially use the same pot of funding to cover not just Center City, but all of the BIAs with enhanced cleaning service levels. So because we don't have the outcome of that discussion, that's why it's identified for one time.
I know, I'm hesitant, because I think when we do a lot of these one-time funding, if it's something new, we need to get some data, see if our assumptions are correct. That's one thing, but we did this as a pilot already.
But what we haven't explored is the feasibility of working in partnership with the BIAs to deliver the enhanced cleaning. So that's a model that's used in many other jurisdictions across North America when particularly the downtown business associations, but other business associations would take on that enhanced work.
Okay. I don't have any further questions at this time.
Thank you. Councillor Rice?
The first question to the mover, does this cover the Chinatown?
Yes, it does, but I'll confirm that with administration.
Yes, it does. The map is Center City, which is based out of City Plan, and that covers Chinatown.
So for all the work and described and in this package and all happening in Chinatown?
That's correct.
Okay. And because what I heard from Chinatown is only sometimes pick needles. That means only clean, and there's no other type of things to be done in Chinatown.
No, there is all of the services in terms of like the proactive inspections, graffiti, needles, garbage, litter, the increased response time on 311. All of those things are inclusive and covering in the Chinatown.
So in Francis' case, recently announcement and $480,000 to support Chinatown, or is there any overlap work for that funding announced?
Councillor Rice, those are Chinatown vibrancy dollars related to projects that would happen in Chinatown, not related to the work by this Parks and Roads.
Okay, thank you for that. And then when we discussed last year and for the budget in full adjustments, I recall we did invest some similar money and for the central downtown core. So, but I don't have that number with me. And then I recalling back to 2022, we have that investment as well. And can you provide what we did in 2022 budget deliberation and the 2023 budget adjustment in full, and then how much money and we already invested on this type of work?
You're asking specifically about
the city center. Yes, city center. I recalled we did, council approved, and in 2022 December, and also November 2023.
So I think, I believe that, and we'll double check, but I believe that it was approved, but it was approved with grant money. That grant money no longer exists, and so this is an extension using city money.